two of us were inside the meeting. No, I want to have, not about the cancellation. You can if you want, if you feel it's justified. But in terms of the power that she's exerting, she needs to take
What to do is have you so she's gonna cue me in, so right whenever that comes out.
She's here.
She's gonna be coming up to receive the termination.
Do you want me to sign the certificate? Okay, so you are gonna bring her. Okay, she's here and she's at okay.
Yeah,
She's gonna come up, right?
to get the proclamation.
Okay, that's fine. I was like, I didn't see that on the agenda. So.
No, because we were standing last time.
Okay, that's fine. As long as you know what's going on, that's good.
Hey, Mindy.
So then you're gonna pass it to me. Yeah, we talked about it. So just we're gonna split one, but it's gonna have to come back.
And that's fine.
It's gonna have to come back first.
I'll work with Brandon Rock because I work with him on all of mine. Good morning.
All right, so we're gonna announce this. They're gonna codify it, and then I'm just gonna announce it.
It's nice outside.
She's gonna come up and do this. What you want me to do quick? Supervisor Gonzalez. Hi. Good morning. So on this item, I think you're presenting this. Yes. So she's gonna go ahead and turn it to me before the actual presentation. I'm gonna introduce Manny.
Yes, because the public doesn't know.
So I'm gonna introduce him, say a couple words about him, have him say a couple words.
I was going to have him introduce himself, so thank you.
Yeah, and then you can go ahead and then work
Okay.
on your go up there and do your thing. And
Okay.
he's gonna invite some folks up.
The four right there in the front, right there. Carlos and
Yeah.
Carlos is the longest tenured employee, so I want him and the guy in charge of the to come up.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's it. I'm gonna make sure you're
Yes, and I
tied in and the
I
loop
said
in.
good morning to them.
Yeah. Morning.
Oh, I got shut off my phone. Oh, that was yours? Okay.
I think it was mine. I don't know.
I could have sworn I turned mine off, but I may not have. Nope, I hadn't turned mine off, so it might have been mine.
Okay, good morning. We're going to call the meeting to order. It is 9 a.m. Supervisor Zenger, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I get a motion to acknowledge the certificate of posting?
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Okay, presentations and recognitions. The first one today, we've got quite a few. So can I get a motion to approve the proclamation proclaiming April 23rd through the 29th as National Crime Victims' Rights Week?
Move to approve.
Oh, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Good morning. I have District Attorney Joel Buckingham here. Today we are celebrating, or not celebrating, but recognizing the week of April 23rd through the 29th as National Crime Victims' Right Week in San Benito County. And just briefly, just want to say, I just want to praise the DA's office and the victim witness unit of the DA's office. The work that they do is of the utmost importance in the community. By nature, they're dealing with people who are in need, and they have to bring compassion and dedication to the job on a daily basis. So thank you very much for your service to the community. Now, the proclamation, whereas the term victim is more than just a label and has legal standing and protections that go along with it. And whereas Crime Victims' Rights Acts passed here in California and the federal level guarantee victims the right to meaningfully participate and use their voice in the criminal justice process, and victims, whereas victim service providers, advocates, law enforcement officers, attorneys, and other allied professionals can help survivors find their justice by enforcing these rights. And whereas the right to provide an impact statement ensures that victims' voices are considered in court during the sentencing and when applicable restitution processes. And whereas including and elevating the voices of survivors makes certain they are heard and seen and creates a path to forging and sustaining community trust. I'm gonna skip down. And then now therefore be it resolved. Well, actually, I'll go. Whereas the San Benito County DA's Office Victim Services Unit is hereby dedicated to amplifying the voices of survivors and creating an environment where survivors have the confidence that they will be heard, believed, and supported. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of April 23rd through the 29th, 2023 as Crime Victims' Rights Week, reaffirming this county's commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all victims of crime during Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and expressing our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You want me to say something? Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. Our office, specifically our Victim Witness Advocate Units, very much appreciates this. The reality is that when someone becomes a victim, we think in our society of how important choice is, how much we hold up the idea of choice. But the one consistent thing that a victim did not have was a choice when they became a victim. That was something that was taken from them. No one chooses to be a victim. No one chooses to interact with the criminal justice system in the way that victimization forces upon them. So what our Victim Witness Unit does try to do as our office is make sure that we give a voice back to those who have been victimized, who had their voice and their choice taken from them when they were victimized by crime and returned to them in the Victim Witness Advocate Unit. We're very privileged to have Patricia Salcido here. She is our Victim Witness Coordinator. She tirelessly works to ensure that our unit obtains state-level funding that provides the vast, actually completely all the funding for the Victim Witness Unit. We, as a result, also manage to have 3 advocates who interface with victims regularly and ensure that they get the access to services and the restitution that they're entitled to. We also have an intern here who helps with our office a great deal. The 4 of them, the advocates and the intern, are Doreen Smith, Ariana Ponce, Graciela Brewer, and Enrique Cabrera. We thank you so much for this recognition of what victims go through and the trauma that they experience and the choice that they had taken away from them. And we hope to remember them all 52 weeks of the year and not just this one. But we do know the defendants get the remainder of the 52, so we try to amplify them on this one. So we thank you very much, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors.
Okay, now can I get a motion to approve the proclamation declaring May 2023 as Water Awareness Month in San Benito County?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Supervisor Curro, please.
Morning, how are you?
Nice to see you
Good to see
again.
you.
Sean Novak,
Yes,
right?
correct.
All right. Okay, before I do this proclamation, I want to thank all of the elected officials that are serving on water boards and all of the volunteers that serve on the small water districts. I'm on a water board. It is a thankless job when it comes to people not being happy that you're restricting their water usage. But when you actually save water, it's helping our entire community and the state of California be more prosperous and successful. So in recognition of that, I'm going to read the proclamation here. California's arid and semi-arid climate, its ambitious and evolving economy and its growing population have combined to make water shortages and conflicting demands the norm. The rising concern of climate change could limit the state and federal government's water infrastructure due to less historical snowpack and environmental concerns in the Delta. The health, welfare, and quality of life for our community depends on a reliable, high-quality water supply. And governments continue to seek cost-effective and efficient systems to obtain and deliver water to meet the needs of the residents, agriculture, and the economy. The state, county, and cities and concerned citizens make strong efforts to foster wise decisions concerning water issues and water use. The fact that California will experience periodic droughts and water conservation is critical, not only during drought periods, but at all times. May, we are recognizing this month as Water Awareness Month. The Board of Supervisors, the Board of Supervisors and the County of San Benito does proclaim May 2023 as Water Awareness Month and urges all citizens, businesses, industries, institutions, and public agencies to review their water use and water systems for more use efficiencies and to contact the Water Resource Association of San Benito County for water savings ideas and assistance. I will tell you, being someone that has just recently upgraded to a smart meter, it is very important to monitor your water. You can have leaks and not even realize it, and thousands of gallons can be wasted. If we continue to monitor our water, we will be able to have it for future generations, and I really hope everyone takes this month to heart. It's very warm and meaningful to me, and I really appreciate being able to present this.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, directors. Appreciate that. I just wanted to say that, we were really blessed with all the rain this year, rain and snow. My heart goes out to the people that are affected by the flooding. But since the turn of the 21st century, we've seen this climate whiplash where we've gone from drought to these atmospheric rivers that just dump tons of water. So we have a changing environment, and we need to adjust to that. So that's why we're looking into more storage options, so when we do have wet winters like we've had this year, we can store more water away so we can use it during dry time. So that's a big push. But water conservation is always at the forefront of that. It's the cheapest, easiest, and quickest things we can do to help stretch our water supply. And right now, because we designate May as Water Awareness Month, the reason is that starts our irrigation season locally. And you can just see water usage start to go up in this big bell curve, and it peaks out about late August or September. And so I encourage everybody to look at their landscape irrigation, because that's over 50% of your water use in a residential setting. And the Water Resources Association, the agency I work for, we can assist you. We have a turf removal program. We can send technicians to your home to check your irrigation system to make sure it's working efficiently and it's set properly for the season. We have water-wise landscape plans available, and just great advice is on our website. So I encourage everybody to call us at 637-4378 have their irrigation systems checked, and we can tell you about specific programs when we're at your property. But thank you very much today, everybody. Thank you. All right.
Okay, now can we get a motion to approve the proclamation declaring May 2023 as Mental Health Month in San Benito County?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. If Dr. Clark and Rachel White want to come up, please. And anybody else that any of your team, I'm sorry. Sorry. Please, the whole team. You're all so important.
It's not all of them.
A small fraction of a great team. So mental health or mental illness affects the psychological and emotional health of millions of people of all ages, race, and ethnicity every year. We must eliminate the social disparity that exists in society's willingness to equally accept mental illness in the same manner as physical illness, allowing individuals to step forward without stigma to access the support and services that lead to hope and recovery. The month of May is recognized nationally and throughout the state as Mental Health Month to eliminate the social stigma attached to mental illness and to provide hope and recovery. The San Benito County Board of Supervisors recognizes the importance of eliminating social stigma attached to individuals experiencing mental illness and embraces the belief that individuals experiencing mental illness can recover. We do hereby resolve that the month of May 2023 is Mental Health Month in the County of San Benito. Thank you for all of your work. If you'd like to say a few words.
Well, I only want to say a few words because we have our team here talking about a little bit of the activities of May as Mental Health Month. We just want to make sure that we can normalize the conversation about mental illness and substance use disorder in our society. The more we do that, then the less crises we have, and the less crises we have, the less impact we're going to have on our hospitals and our criminal justice system. So it's an awareness campaign that is throughout the month, and Rachel White will talk a little bit about what some of the activities are.
Morning, everybody. Thank you. For the month of May, we do have some activities in store. We are opening our Esperanza Center to go ahead and have tours and give tours so people in the community can know the use of that and how a lot of our clients and a lot of the individuals in the community benefit from those services and supports. We also are going to be doing some outreach and workshops out there in the community, and so stay tuned for that. We're going to be posting those on our website and our social media sites, and we're going to be using our PIO to also help us to advertise those activities and events. And so, and this is a team here that works with us, phenomenal team here that helps us. Most of our clinicians here help with a crisis support, and not only that, but they're also case carrying, and we also hire substance abuse counselors. So very phenomenal job and a phenomenal team. And then Nancy, our manager here, has some green ribbons to hand out to everybody, because the green ribbon is a symbol, a representation of Mental Health Month and support of those struggling with mental illness. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much.
Okay, now if we can get a motion to present the certificate of recognition to Paul St. John for his 20 years of outstanding dedication and commitment to the Vets Memorial Park Commission.
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Supervisor Zanger, will you please present that certificate?
"20 years, wow, 20 years, outstanding dedication to the community." So I just want to say that people like Paul St. John here that are willing to give so much time over so many years just to be involved and try to make it a better place are a real treasure to the community. And this is the kind of citizen that we need. This is someone that really benefits the community and just shows that they really do care and they're willing to give their time to be involved. So thank you for 20 years of service on the Veterans Memorial Park Commission.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, now if we can get a motion to approve the proclamation declaring April 24th through the 28th as National Library Week in San Benito County.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Now, before I have Supervisor Gonzalez present this proclamation, CAO Espinosa, can you give us an update?
Yeah, be great. Thank you, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. I wanted to first make known that Nora Conte has retired from the county as of last week. So with that, we have brought in Manny Gonzalez. He is a 960 CalPERS retiree, and I'd like to invite him up. Just want to say a couple of words concerning Manny. He has over 39 years of experience in executive management and also with nonprofits. He has worked on the housing director for the city of Phoenix, also assistant the county manager in Pinal County, Arizona. He was also an assistant county administrative officer at the county of Monterey. And he also, in the very beginning of his career, spent a lot of time in the library. So he had over 12 years of experience in library services. And we're privileged and honored to have him here assisting us and helping us, working with us in administration and also the library and in other areas. So very grateful to have him come on board. I'd like to go ahead and say a few words, Manny.
Thank you, Ray. Madam Chair, thank you for giving me an opportunity to come work in San Benito County. It's been a pleasure so far to work with Ray and his staff, and now in my new role as the acting librarian. It's been I've been impressed with the staff that's there. They're very dedicated to providing services to the community that are very needed. A lot of children, a lot of elderly. I see, the population that comes in and out of libraries is what, what makes it. It's services to the public in a variety of ways. So I also, with me today, I also want to recognize a couple people because we have Carlos Munoz, who's going to come up and receive the proclamation. He's the longest tenured employee at the library to date. He's got a little over 25 years with the county library system. He started, he and his family moved here to Hollister from Mexico, and he's grown up here in Hollister. He started as a library technician, bookmobile driver, and he's worked in a variety of capacities at the library, from such as being the lead on the Spanish collection, also outreach, and to this day, he's a bookmobile coordinator. The other person I wanted to bring up very quickly is Luann Sackett, who's been selected by the staff to be our Volunteer of the Year. We will recognize her more on Wednesday when we have a kickoff event where hopefully some of you will be present. She was recognized for being a tutor extraordinaire at the library. She started volunteering after she retired from teaching, so she's been a great help not only to the staff but also to this community. She's worked with patrons from the Ukraine, Japan, and Greece, so she's very well versed in a variety of capacities. So I wanted to bring them both up because they are the face of the library. I also wanted to bring up two staff members that are here with me, Becky Fagan and Stephanie Jones, who are office assistants too, and they've been a great help in the last couple of weeks for me, so I just wanted to recognize them for their efforts before our supervisor presents us. So anyways, with that, thank you again. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, Ray, and Chair and members of the board. Whatever I can do to help, that's what I'm here to do. So
Thank you, Manny. Appreciate that.
Thank you very much. If Supervisor Gonzalez present the proclamation, please.
Yes, on that note, I would like to announce a proclamation in the matter of April 24th through April 28th, 2023 as National Library Week for the San Benito County Library. And before I read the whereas, I've always described the library, the county library, as the little library that could. You've always been understaffed, underfunded, and under your former leadership, you have been phenomenal serving the community. And that $11 million grant to get the Chromebooks and the hotspots for the community, that was great. And I'm hoping that you all can continue in the same vein and in Nora's legacy. Yes. So whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that foster a sense of connection and build community, and whereas libraries connect people to information, technology, access to broadband internet, computers, training, and are critical for accessing educational and employment opportunities. Whereas libraries offer opportunities for everyone to connect with new ideas and become their best selves through access to multimedia content, programs, and classes in addition to books. Whereas today's library and the services extend far beyond the four walls of the building and to welcome everyone to use their resources. Whereas in times of crisis, libraries and library professionals play an invaluable role in supporting their community, both in person and virtually. And you all did that especially during the pandemic. Libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equity and access for all. Whereas libraries have long served as trustees and treasured institutions for all members of the community. Whereas regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. Whereas libraries are the cornerstone of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all. Libraries, whereas librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the San Benito County Board of Supervisors, proclaim April 24th through 28th, 2023 to be National Library Week. We encourage all residents to connect with the San Benito County Free Library by visiting online or in person to access invaluable resources and services. There we go. And so that I'm presenting to you, Carlos. Who would have thought two kids from VH would have been standing up here today, right? And only people who live in Hollister, San Benito County know what VH is, but Carlos and I grew up together, and we've known each other for a very long time, so it's interesting that we end up here. But it shows you what local kids can do. Yes. Thank you, guys.
Do we have any department head announcements?
Yes, we do. Just first of all, I want to thank all the staff and all the great work that every department does for our county. Appreciate it, really do. Want to go ahead and invite up Vanessa Delgado, our clerk of the board. She has an announcement.
Good morning, Chair, board members, and community members. I just wanted to give an update on the potential dates for the joint board meeting with the Planning Commission. So we have two potential dates. It'll be either June 6th or June 20th. So if you'd like to mark your calendars, and once we finalize the date, we will provide that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa. Appreciate that. I'd like to also invite up our out of Behavioral Health, Dr. Wayne Clark. If he's still here, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray. Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, I just wanted to give you a little update about some of the things that have been going on with behavioral health over the last 4 months since I arrived. But first acknowledge the foundation that allowed me to be doing some of this, and that has to do with a CAO, a CAO very active in behavioral health for a term in the last year, and county council and their work as far as helping us with some of the difficult situations. Henny Ring in human resources really been valuable in dealing with some of the issues that we've had. But I wanted to talk about some of the activities that have really grown up from that foundation. We now have 3 new contracts that are going to be issued for July 1st for children's, 2 for children's, Rebecca and Seneca, 1 for adults, Community Solutions. We are at the process of trying to recruit and retain staff in our adults and substance abuse and our children's services, but we've been had difficulty getting folks to come in. So even though we've hired about 7 or 9 new people since I've been here, we also have lost a few at the same time. They've gone on to other jobs and other opportunities. For us, we need to be able to serve, and we need to have the staff, either contract staff or county staff, to do that. And we've expanded that already this year. We've reinvested in Seneca and Rebecca this current fiscal year. We're also very concerned about the recruitment and retention over the longer period. So we're working with CSUMB and other universities to have clinical and social work programs at the bachelor and the master's levels, so that we can have people come on board, do work stipends, work study stipends, and we're getting resources to provide scholarships even. We think that that the training and education of our staff is very important, opportunities for them to grow and to assume new responsibilities, and so we're creating a training and education function in our organization, so that we have an ongoing onboarding kind of activities. I also experienced in coming here that there needed to be some organizational culture change. And I think I've mentioned this to the board before, where we have an organization that is staff are based on respect for each other, trust with each other, and communication. And so we've had some consultants come in and work on how to deal with conflicts, how to communicate better, how to build teams, team building activities, and this internally, and we'll be going on doing that throughout the rest of the next 3 or 4 months in order to really get that sense of accomplishment and satisfaction in their daily jobs. Because we found in behavioral health anyways, that a active, congealing organization produces better outcomes in the clients that we serve. And so it's very important for us to have that happen. We also are doing more efficient kind of things. We've got an electronic health record that does not only the clinical and reduces the documentation time needed, but also has financial integrations so that we can then more easily and more effectively bill for services and bring in revenues. We're also very concerned about the community, and we've heard very much that either crisis intervention or what we're calling community response is going to be available starting July 1st as well. And what we're doing there is having a 24/7 response. We have a grant that is going out this week that is targeted for the homeless in our that have mentally ill and substance use disorders, severe problems in that population, and people will be will have housing navigators and case managers and clinicians available to try to target so that we can reduce the ongoing state of their health. And so by getting them into either short-term or mid-term or long-term residences where they can stabilize in the community, we think that'll be very helpful. And the community response team can also work with any response that comes on board. We already have work with Hollister Police Department where we have a SAFE team, it's called. We're looking to expand some of that with the Sheriff's Department where the community responders can be out there de-escalating, and if there's need for law enforcement, they can be a backup, but at the same time, if they think that it'd be better served by us, then we'll work together on creating that in the community. It's been a very enjoyable and also not, I wouldn't call stressful, but exhilarating and exciting and anxious provoking coming out of retirement and going into an organization that's had some problems but now is really working on solving those. And I think it's a benefit to the community if we can get behavioral health working as a model for the state in rural counties. And so thank you very much, and I'll be around for a while and still report to you about what progress we're making and any other concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Clark, and maybe next time we'll have a formal agenda that we can put on. I really appreciate you and appreciate the team as well for all the hard work that they're doing over there. I'd like to invite up Steve Loop, our Public Works Director, Administrator.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. A couple announcements. First one is going to pertain to the Integrated Waste Department. As a few of you know, because I saw you on Saturday, we had a real good turnout for the Earth Day. Super encouraging because a lot of folks from our community and a lot of groups were there basically because they care about our planet. And congrats to all the youth poster entrants and winners of that contest, because a few of them are going to see their poster on the side of a Recology truck very soon, so that's very exciting. A couple more announcements from Integrated Waste on that note. That department's offering a Recycle Day event in Hollister at Brigantino Park. You can bring in household fluorescent lights, batteries, and electronic waste, and that's on May 20th from 9 to 1 p.m., 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then they're also hosting an event with Recology and it's like a master composter program where they're going to have a compost workshop if you're interested in learning how to compost food scraps or yard trimmings. That's going to be May 24th at 6 p.m., location to be determined. And if you want more information on those events or others, you can go to sbciwm at cosb.us. So it's just our county's web page for integrated waste. So on that note, we have been doing some good curbside cleanups for folks near Lover's Lane, San Felipe Road, a few other locations, but we also have some folks that are depositing non-storm waste very recently in our right-of-way, and we don't want you to do that, please. The curbside pickups are not happening, and that's starting to be a bit of an issue, so please, we have a landfill, at least for a few more years. Local waste, I've personally been to the landfill a bazillion times. You can take a large trailer for about $15 to $20, bring all of your just standard debris waste. It's very affordable, so please take advantage of our landfill. Sounds good. Okay, second announcement. We had another appearance by Fish and Wildlife at our Farm Bureau about a week ago, and they confirmed again that due to the flood events, storm events, that storm debris, sediment, and other items that have been deposited on your property, if you have a creek or a ditch, you can dispose of those items. And so on that note, I was attending that meeting. One of the items that came up was, how does that apply to county grading permits? So long story short, and I'll talk a little bit more about this later during item 2.3, but if you want to clean your creek, ditch, property of storm debris, specifically storm debris, and you submit a building permit, which is basically just a grading permit, and it's a pretty simple process, we will process that specific request for that specific activity within 7 calendar days. So 1 week. But we do want to monitor folks that are grading and removing and moving around debris on the property and earthwork. 99% of our residents do the right thing, but even as of this morning, we have a code compliance issue being raised by one property owner because their neighbor may not be doing proper things, moving earth around. So I'll be making a code compliance visit tomorrow afternoon to investigate. But again, most folks are doing the right thing. And so if you submit a building grading permit within a week or to our department, we'll respond within a week. And we just want to kind of make sure that folks aren't impacting their neighbors if we have more flooding events. I know a couple of supervisors here might be talking about that concept a little bit more and how we process permits and fees. But those are the two announcements. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. I'd like to invite up our Sheriff Taylor.
Thank you, CAO Espinoza, for accommodating my last-minute request. Madam Chair, Board. Two quick things. One, I just want you to know that a check is being dropped off today at the Community Foundation for a portion of our asset forfeiture monies. I was able to work with Gary Byrne and Brenda Weatherly to establish the first ever Sheriff's Youth Development Fund. So we will be taking a pretty significant sum of money to the Community Foundation today. I'll provide a link to the community. In the future, the community will be able to donate to that fund, and our first partnership is going to be with Bulldog Boxing. We're going to be sponsoring kids that can't afford to go out and compete outside of the county with the cost of hotel, travel, food, everything will be covered for some disadvantaged youth that cannot afford it. We're going to start with that partnership. I've already had interest from Cold Storage CrossFit, from some people in San Juan, to expand this program to other things such as dance classes, cheer classes, competitive sports. So that's really what this Youth Development Fund is going to start doing, is funding opportunities for some of our children to be able to participate if they can't afford it. The second thing is I'll be bringing back to the board, we were thankfully the collaboration with California Consulting on writing a grant for the Prop 64 marijuana tax money. We were awarded that grant. We got $3 million over 5 years, which is a big deal for our office, and you all know what a significant impact $3 million is over 5 years. So that's going to be able to fund 3 deputy sheriff positions and a crime analyst for our office. We currently don't have a crime analyst, and as we move forward trying to write more of these grants, the crime analysis is really the biggest hurdle that we have to get over to be able to bring this data in. So coupling the new Axon system, that's going to be much easier for us to aggregate data, and then from there to have an analyst that can make sense out of those numbers, we'll be able to be more competitive in future grants. So I'll be bringing that back to this board, and I just wanted to give you a heads up that happened recently, and thank you to the CAO and thank you to California Consulting for all their help. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Eric, question for you. Can we start referring to that as the SAL, akin to the PAL, Police Athletic League, Sheriff's Athletic League? Is that kind of what this is going to be? I know you and I had talked previously, but
really, it is a Sheriff's Activity League, but we wanted to make sure. So when we did working with the Community Foundation, when we tried to craft to make sure people knew exactly what they were going to be donating to, we were looking at potentially doing horsemanship classes, art classes, other things that maybe wouldn't be athletic or.
Okay.
So we just decided to call it the Youth Development Fund, but that's what it is now. We'll provide a hyperlink to that fund. You can go to the Community Foundation if you want, and but I appreciate your question. So it's basically a Sheriff's Activity League. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. How much money are we talking about, the forfeiture?
It's 9.75% of what our disbursement is, so it's about $9,000 that's going to start this fund.
Oh, just curious. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations. Awesome. Great work. I appreciate that. Go ahead and pass this to County Council. County Council has an announcement. Barbara Thompson.
On Friday, there was an issue that came to our attention that we're requesting that the board add an urgency item to closed session. It would be under the initiation of litigation. That's under Government Code Section 54956.9A and D4. The findings for that would be that it came to our attention after the posting of the agenda, and it cannot reasonably wait until the next board meeting. So that would be the motion for the board to add that to the closed session item today.
Can I have you repeat the section for me, please?
54956.9 A
A.
and D4
Okay.
under the government code.
And I'll move to approve to amend the closed session item.
I'll
Based
second.
upon those findings.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0.
That's all the announcements we have.
Thank you. Okay, board announcements. Who would like to go first? Supervisor Zanger.
Go. Thank you. All right. So I got a few things. So Saturday, I went to the Earth Day celebration downtown. So big thank you to everyone that was involved in that, played a part in that. Saw a lot of familiar faces. I know Francisco was out there on the mic, so very cool. I did go to the Fish and Wildlife meeting that Steve just referred to with our farmers and ranchers. And I'll just elaborate on what he was saying. Basically, Fish and Wildlife kind of unshackled, I would say, some of the ranchers and farmers as far as recovery for the storm, as doing recovery work and disaster cleanup work. And as far as the permits that Steve brought up, we talked a little bit about it, and I think a good idea, and this would be a future agenda item, might be zero-fee permits for disaster recovery. So these grading permits that he talked about, if we can, I don't know, I'm suggesting we offer these in the case of the emergency recovery as zero-fee permits.
I'd second that.
Okay, great. Yep.
I'm sorry. For the board to take action, do you want to add that as a future agenda item?
Yes. Okay, additionally, another future agenda item. I want to see if we can get a presentation on the, what we can do about the vendors on the side of the road. It seems like the number is growing, and I've had a lot of complaints from residents. I don't know what the regulations currently are and what we can do about that, but I'd like to have a presentation with options, what we can do, and then the opportunity to give direction as well.
Madam Chair? I'd like to second that because I've also gotten quite a few complaints, and I'd like to include in that how it works on code enforcement on the weekends, because the big abuse is happening on the weekends, and the complaint is that these are individuals without health permits, or it's just a concern from my constituents also. Thank you. Thank you, Dom.
Thanks. And I actually have one more. Sorry to I'm adding work to, I'm making the list longer here on future agenda, but I have one more. So I don't know if this would be a job for county council or what, but I'd like to look into, I know there's a problem in some communities, more so in other communities, but I still hear about it being a problem here, is that a lot of our houses that are built, our single family houses specifically, or even apartments, are being bought up by LLCs, which can be someone, but they can also be national and multinational organizations. So I was wondering if we could look into basically the rules about that. I know there's some state changes happening with that, but if we could look into what we can do to combat that, maybe, so we can provide more of our houses for ownership for our families as opposed to LLCs, that would be great. I don't know how we go about that, if we need a presentation with our options presented of what we can do, if anything.
I'll second it to learn more.
Okay, we'll put that on and we'll do some homework on that.
That's everything.
I'm going to try and keep it short, even though I have a lot of things I want to hit. I'll try and just do the highlights. I'll let Supervisor Gonzalez speak about CSAC. I think it was a really great event. I am looking forward to having the at-home resolution brought before the board, so that is a future agenda item. And I'd like to thank Intergovernmental Chair Kosmicki for bringing that to Intergovernmental. It really is helping us bring a program that will help address the housing shortage and homelessness. I attended a CASA event in Santa Cruz with Supervisor Sotelo. It was a great event, very emotional and inspiring. I want to thank one of my constituents, Greg Alvarado, for giving me a tour of Tres Pinos and pointing out all of the areas that need to be addressed. I've already had a short conversation with Steve Loop, and we're getting together, and we're going to address those issues and get them resolved. Attended the chamber event at Twin Oaks Adult Senior Community. I have to say, we need more communities like that in our county. The seniors are not having the options of being able to stay within our community. Some of you know I've had to move my mother-in-law out of the county, which was a heartbreak for her and for us as a family, for services that she needed. But the Twin Oaks is a great model of how we can have senior living and how wonderful it can be for our communities that are getting a little older in age, like some of us. Also, I want to thank Cattle Women's for adding me to the scholarship committee. It was a really educational kind of committee meeting and being able to determine who's getting scholarship awards. I learned a lot, but also I brought a little bit to the table about how we can really reward our youth for their efforts and their hard work, especially when they're trying to get accepted into colleges. The only other thing, Earth Day, we already talked about. That was a great event. I got to say, the integrated waste team, everybody at Public Health, everybody that came out, that was so much fun. I spent the whole day downtown with my son. It was really exciting and fun. The only other thing I wanted to bring up is, I'm just kind of reading my notes here, is thanking the IT department for all of the work they're doing behind the scenes to ensure that we're getting broadband funding and the infrastructure to bring broadband to all, not just the few. Broadband is a major item for me, and making sure that all of our youth have access to broadband to be able to better themselves, and also have access when, you know, we have events like the COVID event and people have to either work from home or do school from home. Besides that, I'm going to end at that. I don't have any future agenda items except for the one that's already on there, so I'm good. Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As far as meetings, the main one I had was AMBAG, Association of Monterey Bay Area Governments. We are looking at an updated public participation plan. It's a required guide for all public involvement activities conducted by AMBAG, so look for more in the coming months on that if you're interested. And then the board supported legislation to implement a voluntary vessel speed reduction program. So we're going to try to slow down those boats, even though it doesn't necessarily affect our county. Believe it or not, it's a huge contributor to pollution in the area. And then I attended the Child Abuse Prevention Council of San Benito County Unsung Hero Awards. It was really an inspiring event, just honoring a lot of people in our community who give back on a regular basis, and particularly with child abuse prevention, which of course is such an important role. And then before the organized Earth Day activities was the HDA downtown spring cleanup, and so I went out there with my 14-year-old, and we spent a few hours out there helping pick up downtown Hollister, and he was amazed at how many people still smoke, and believe it or not, the vast majority of the stuff we picked up was cigarette butts. So please, folks, please don't throw cigarette butts. It's polluting our environment, and it's disgusting. And then that's all I have for today. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
I don't have anything to report, thank you.
Okay, I just have a couple of things today. One, for anybody here that's possibly here for the weed abatement, the public hearing. I mean, that's one part of it, but that seems to be the topic that most people are really, really interested in. That's going to be heard at 1:30 today, or as close to it as possible. So if anybody's here and you're here for that particular item, you're looking at 1:30 for that, or anybody online. The Economic Development Committee meeting, we've not had a meeting, but the next one is next Wednesday at 10 a.m. at the Epicenter. So if anybody's interested in attending the Economic Development Committee, we'd love to have you. I actually attended, along with Supervisor Kosmicki, a stakeholder meeting for the regional park, and really exciting to see all of the kind of development going on with that, and hopefully we'll see that coming soon. I think you said construction, hopefully maybe next summer starting? Yeah. And then with our COG board meeting, a lot of the focus was on kind of the unmet needs assessment. And one of the things that the COG board did bring back was that if there was a way that possibly we can use some of this transit from taking tourists and people visiting the Pinnacles National Park, if maybe there was a way that we could have kind of a centralized location downtown and get transit. So that's another thing that COG is possibly looking at. And then for a future, I don't know if it's an agenda item or just an update, but I have gotten some questions, and I know it's an issue. I drive it every morning. But an update on when the light at Fairview and Hillcrest will be completed and operating. There's a lot of congestion at, what's the other one? Fairview and kind of going up into Santana Ranch. Yeah. So just if we can, at some point, get an update on when that will be completed and operating, that would be wonderful. And that is all that I have. So thank you. Okay, now we're going to go into public comment. Here's an opportunity to address the board on items of interest not appearing on the agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. This is your opportunity for general public comment items not on the agenda. On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, we have Dara Tobias.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dara Tobias, the CEO and Fair Manager at the San Benito County Fair. So I am here specifically to say welcome. There's a lot of you that I haven't met since I was here last pre-COVID, and just wanted to give a little 30,000-foot view of what we do at the San Benito County Fairgrounds. We are actually, despite our name, San Benito County, we are a state-owned property. We're owned by the state of California. Everyone that works there are employees of the state of California. That being said, we are very, very minimally funded by the state of California. With a $900,000 budget, we get a stipend from the state of $50,000 a year. Everything else that we earn is earned on the property through events, through different recreational venues, and things that happen throughout the year on the property. The most recent statistics we have is in a 2019. We had approximately 38,000 people recreate on Bellato Park, and we are still working on our numbers from 2022, which was our first regular year after COVID, and we're anticipating a fantastic year this year based on all of our rentals and things that are already pre-booked. We celebrate people's lives with quinceañeras, with weddings, with rodeos, with car shows, with family reunions. We've had memorial services and all of just about anything you can imagine we've had at Bellato Park. So wanted to say welcome. I am working closely with Chris Magano with OES. We have had a long-term, we need to sit down and talk conversation with the services that Bellato Park is available to provide during emergencies. We were open and activated by the county during some of the Lover's Lane flooding. Fortunately, the residents there seem to have had ample notice and were able to take advantage of the time that they had. In 2017, we had 351 animals on the property during the Lover's Lane floods, and this year we had 2. So kudos to the county and our emergency services for getting that information out, and people were able to make plans to keep their animals safe. But we are here. We do need to talk with the county about what that looks like and how we can help without excessive burden on our aging property and our staff of 4 people that run the property year round. So love to talk to you further about that. Love to entertain questions. My email address, Dara, D-A-R-A, at sanbenitocountyfair.com. Please reach out. We're looking for volunteers. We have our 100th fair this year, 100 years we've had fairs. Actually more than 100 years because we were closed for a couple years during the war. But we're here and we're excited to meet more people and be available for our community. Thank you all for your time.
Valerie Eglund.
Good morning, Supervisors. How are you today? Two things, quickly. This one, if you could pass that. These are, oh, I'll take one. Out in the lobby, there are other announcements. There's a tear-off and information. The Cattle Women are hosting a Heritage Night at Payne's on May 20th. And it will be a book signing with Kevin, something here, Kevin. Anyway, the Duns of Britta. So it's about Dunville and Dunn Park. So this is the family that influenced all of that in San Benito County, and very, very interesting lecture he'll give, dinner and social. Thank you. Other thing is, this is a newspaper article from 1906 out of a San Juan paper that says, 61 years ago today, General Fremont raised the first American flag in California on what is now known as Fremont's Peak in San Benito County, overlooking the picturesque little town of San Juan Bautista. The people of that part of California, together with the members of the Fremont Memorial Association, will assemble at San Juan Bautista today and proceed to the top of the peak, headed by Major E.A. Sherman, a veteran of the Mexican War, who will be attended by the mounted escort. Appropriate ceremonies will be held on the top of the peak, while cannon will be fired in the town below in commemoration of the anniversary. Saturday evening, the Fremont Memorial Association at San Juan Bautista considered the proposition to erect a monument to General Fremont, Fremont Parlor, Native Sons of the Golden West, and Copa de Oro, the old Hollister Parlor of the Native Daughters of the Golden West. Will participate in the exercises Harry Welch, Chief of the Information Bureau of the California Promotion Commission, will take an active part in the ceremonies. Why I read it, it's almost 125 years since they've been walking up to the peak. At first, there was no road. It was just a dirt path. So they were coming from San Francisco all over. It was a big deal. And still today, the last Sunday of April, people go to the peak. And this year, because of the road, it'll be held at the VFW in San Juan. So it was in 1950 that the VFW joined forces for Loyalty Day at the same time. So it's a patriotic time. Thank you. And I hope you all remember Fremont Peak on the 30th. Thank you.
Tanya Sanseri.
Park.
Good morning. It's wonderful to be here and listen to the different community-involved people and get to know them better. I'm with the Community Action Board, and I represent District 3, the Board of Supervisors. We enjoy working along with the Board of Supervisors also. We've got a great team. And I just wanted to give you a little update of what we're doing on the Community Action Board. We just had a public hearing, and we're in the process of completing the Community Action Plan, which is due to the state by June 30th. And we'll have the draft of the plan ready for the 30-day public comment starting next month. Community members can also complete a Community Action Board survey, which will be incorporated into the Community Action Plan. The survey is available in both English and Spanish, and it's on the CAB website under under the News Flash banner, or by contacting the office, and I'll give you the number. It's 831-637-9293. the great thing about the survey, we've tried to get it out to as many community members as we can to find out what they feel the priority is in the needs of the vulnerable in the community, such as the homeless or the youth. Last year, I believe there was a majority of people interested in making more things available to our youth, especially the vulnerable youth. And also, we serve, did I say we serve the homeless too? We try, I'll give you a little update on what we're doing with that also. But we would really like to advocate getting some, looking at the website if you can, and getting on there and letting us know what you feel is the most needed. There's a whole list of seniors. The cabs, I've been on the Community Action Board for 13 years. I've lived here for 23 years, and well, it's going on 14. And I wanted to say that it's a wonderful team of beautiful people that are, we've never had an argument in any of our meetings with anyone. Usually people seek to understand each other, and they'll, if they have any questions, they'll ask each other until they find out where they're coming from. So I'd like to invite anyone from District 5. We have 3 available positions in District 5 on our Community Action Board. We represent the 5 districts in the community, and we have 3 available right now, although we do feel like we have one for the low income. She's trying to, Carol Thomas, she's Tracy Belton's mother, and she's going to try to represent the low income, but we also need someone to represent the Board of Supervisors, and we're having a hard time finding people in that District 5, so consider it if you're in that district. Also, we have an opening coming up in District 4, and we have one in District 1 also available. You work with a great team of people, and you get to know the best people in the community, as we do here.
Can you wrap it up, please?
Yes. Did you say that? And also, I wanted to just let you know some of the other things that I'm excited about that we are doing currently, and they're really quickly. It's we're doing the funding for the Summer Youth Work Experience Program and partnering with the Workforce Innovation and Opportunities. We're in the process of joining, collaborating with partner agencies for the youth center. We're involving the youth in our districts, our 5 different districts, to participate with us on the Community Action Board. And we also have the Home Key RD3 awarded and allows for acquisition and rehabilitation of permanent housing. Chappelle property purchased. 1 unit is a 3-bedroom home. In process is purchase of Weeby Motel, 24-room, Sure Stay, 42-room, for conversion to low-income housing. And we'd like to, just as a final comment, I'd like to invite the supervisors to join in any of our meetings at any time. We're the 2nd Thursday of the month over by Workforce Development.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Donald Wurz. I am the president of San Benito County Farm Bureau and a winemaker for Delicato Family Wine in Piscinas. I would like to take just a couple of moments. I know I have 3. First, I'd like to thank Supervisor Zanger and Steve Loop for attending the stream bed alteration information meeting that we had last Tuesday at the Epicenter. It was very well attended, and the feedback that we were able to get from the representative from California Fish and Wildlife was extremely helpful. As both Supervisor Zanger and Mr. Loop mentioned, California Fish and Wildlife has been publicizing the ability for landowners to be able to do emergency work, and they're using a very liberal definition of the term emergency work in terms of how long of a time frame landowners can remove debris from stream beds that go through their property, with the idea idea that this will help prevent future flooding events from backed up stream channels. So we're very encouraged by that development. California Fish and Wildlife has kind of been seen as the boogeyman for being able to get work done on properties. What is for San Benito County to be able to have no fee permits for removing sediment and being able to within stream beds, like Supervisor Zanger mentioned, for a possible future agenda item. San Benito Farm Bureau would definitely be supportive of there being zero fee and rapid turnaround for those building and grading permits. The other item that I wish to address very briefly, I am in transit, unfortunately, and I can't be at Chambers today for the weed abatement agenda item. The San Benito Farm Bureau is against the weed abatement ordinance in its.
Sorry, we will be discussing that item at 1:30, and we're not accepting public comment at this time for that item. Thank you.
No further comments.
Thank you. Okay, so moving to consent agenda. Are there any items, Supervisor, that we'd like to pull? Well, I guess we'll go to public comment for consent first, right? Do we have any public comment on any of the consent agenda items?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers for consent items, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can raise your hand icon or *9 on your phone. On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes for one item or 5 for more than one.
Elia Salinas, I have 2 items that I'm hoping the supervisors will pull and discuss. And one is it's just the fact that it's actually a good thing, and I would like the public to know that the San Benito County supervisors are trying to help with keeping Hazel Hawkins Hospital open. I don't recall at the moment the number of the agenda. And then the other one is with regards to the bid that was won for the Union Bridge construction. It's for $32 million, and a price like that I don't think should be under consent. I think it should be pulled so that the public can know publicly that amount of money is what it's going to cost, and there's a bid for that. So it's just a matter of being more transparent with the community. Thank you.
No other comments.
Thank you. Does the board have any items? Supervisor Zanger, do you have anything? No? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, I believe that Elia was referring to item 1.7 regarding the distressed rural hospitals. So I'll pull that one. 1.14, 1.15, and I believe the second item that she was referring to was the 1.19 regarding the $36 million bid. So I will pull that one as well.
Do you have any?
No, thank you.
Okay. I don't have any other than I just wanted a point of clarification on 1.6. My question was if we were, and do you want me to hold my question until, or just, my question just on 1.6, whether we pull it or not, I just wanted to clarify, is RMA a position that we're getting rid of totally and it's going to go to this model?
Yes,
Yeah.
and actually this model here, you can see that there's some housekeeping, so we're actually having the current director's positions highlighted in our statute and our ordinance. So ultimately, Henny, our HR manager, will be working on that and completely removing the RMA off of that. So
Okay,
that
thank you.
That is the plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Okay, so do we have a motion to approve all of the items except for 1.7, 1.14, 1.15, and 1.19?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. 5-0. Thank you. Okay, so moving on now to the regular agenda. Item 1, receive a presentation on tech tools, Acela, GIS, Laserfish, and Peak.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I'd like to invite up Rene Archetta. He is our GIS coordinator. And we'll have Abraham Prado present after him. He is our planning director, as well as our clerk of the board, Vanessa Delgado. This was a presentation that we put together during the board retreat. Fortunately, it was getting very late, and timing didn't really work out too well. So we wanted to just bring this back because I think it's a great presentation. I think it's advantageous for the public to see. I think it's really important, as well as the board. So I want to welcome our GIS guru. He's been phenomenal over the years. He's really changed our county, and there have been other counties, Santa Clara County and other counties, that actually have want to come and look at some of the work that Rene has been doing over the years. And I want to thank Tom Slavich as well for some of the work that he's done on the assessor side. So, Rene.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Good morning. And yeah, I just want to do a brief presentation on GIS in the county. So basically, I'm Rene Archetta. Let's move on here to the next one. So what is GIS? I have all this written down in here, but I just want to give a concise, I have a concise definition for it. It's basically a management tool with visual and analytical capabilities that aids in making informed decisions. So basically, its components are hardware, software, data, and users, all combined into one. And when I talk about spatial data, it's maps and all that. Anything that's comprised of maps, say turn-by-turn navigation, Google Maps, everybody uses it nowadays. People don't know it, but they use it. If you go to Google Maps, it's GIS. Let's see here. And most people, I saw a statistic that most people are visual thinkers. So it's much easier to look at a map and you can make all these decisions, see all these patterns in the data. And so this graphic that I have here is kind of like a simple view of GIS. You have imagery, elevation, all these layers that you can overlay over each other. And you can drill down and say, there's a parcel, you can say, this parcel is this elevation, there's, roads going through this parcel and it's this address, and they're all overlaid on top of each other. If it was just a single layer, a single map, you wouldn't be able to tell all this information. Let's see here. As I was saying before, the spreadsheet on your left is the pavement condition index. So if you look, there's thousands of records in there. If you wanted to make decisions or see what it looks like, it's really hard to look at it just in a spreadsheet. So the map on the right is one of our interactive maps with all that data in there. So from there you can see roads and their conditions and within the county. So that's just one part of. There's tons of other data that we have that's like that we've been able to put into maps and digitized and created all these interactive maps. And just some of the database connections that we have. Acela, which is the next presentation, connects into our database and pulls all our data from there. There's a map component in there, as well as some of these other systems that connect into our database, and people use that data that's updated. As I update it, it just automatically gets updated into their systems, which makes it so much easier, and updated information is really important for this kind of stuff. I just wanted to quickly go through also what we have that's available to the public. So we have a web GIS. That the public can go in and view data, get parcel information. We also have, let me just open this one real quick, a map gallery. Just wanted to show this map gallery. And within here we have all kinds of interactive maps that show PG&E power outages, flood zones. We also have current wildfires. When, you know, we're coming up to wildfire season, and people can go in there and click an area, and it'll tell you it's maintained by CAL FIRE, so it'll tell you what percentage is contained and stuff like that, and also give you evacuation routes as well. So yeah, we have the COVID dashboard was really a big thing for a while. We have all kinds of data on there. We just have a plethora of interactive maps that people can use. Stream gauges when the flood was going on. We had stuff like that. We have this Board of Supervisor layer that, or a story map kind of. This is what this is called. There's just all kinds of different maps that I still want to create, and this is just some of the stuff we have now. So it's all available to the public if they go to the county website and just go to the department's page and click GIS. There's all kinds of links to all this data. So yeah, that's my thing on GIS in the county. So.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question? So Renee, if an individual from the public is going to the website and looking for their supervisor district, since we embraced the redistricting in December of 2021, there's been some confusion about District 1, 2, and 5, and only because District 3 and 4, the redistricting went into effect immediately. So if a member from the public is going on and say, for example, Miller Road, are they going to see their future supervisor, which would be Supervisor Kosmicki, or are they going to see their current supervisor, which is me, Supervisor Gonzalez? Because I'm still getting questions that are uncertain for me as a supervisor, so I could only imagine the confusion that the community is having. So do they have to distinguish between the 2020 election versus the 2024 map? How do they find the proper supervisor who's representing them?
So yeah, I worked with elections, and we were able to create two maps now, two interactive maps now, where they click, and it'll tell you if it's the correct your correct district as of now. It's the old boundaries. Okay. So we were able to create two now, and it'll tell you if say they click on the wrong one, it'll say go to the other map, because that's what your supervisor district is now.
Okay, good.
So, yeah, so we were able to do that. Yeah, definitely. So it
Thank
should
you.
all be fixed. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Thank you, Renee. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And they've done a great job in the assessor's office converting from CADM drawings to GIS. So there's been a tremendous amount of work being able to do that. And so I want to thank him and thank the team. I'm going to invite up Abraham Prado.
Thank you, CAO Espinosa. Madam Chair, members of the board. Just while this is coming up, we want to say that we love GIS, and more importantly, we love Renee because he's helped us out so much. A lot of it is understanding it, and he's helped us so much. Before we get a lot of calls daily, what's my zoning, what's my general plan designation? And before we would have to go and look at a map and spend a few minutes to get that information. Now we just click on the parcel and it's there. All of it is there thanks to GIS and Renee, who's helped us a lot. So I'm going to be presenting a few slides in regards to Acela program that we use at the RMA department, and also the program that the public can use essentially to be able to, first of all, create an account, submit building permit applications, check the status of their building permit applications, submit code enforcement violation complaints. And so I do have a few slides. There's also 3 videos online essentially describing each. If it's okay with you, Madam Chair, members of the board, I can go briefly through the presentation if you would like to then see any of the videos. Some of them are a little lengthy. One of them actually was removed by YouTube, and I'm working with the public information officer to help us reinstate it, and that's the one of how to create a user account. But the other two, the building permit, how to submit a building permit, and how to check the status of the building permit process are there. But if it's okay, I'll proceed with the presentation, and if you would like additional details or watch the video, let me know.
That'll be great. Thanks.
Thank you. So essentially, the The first part would be how to register for a Acela user account. And essentially you would go, the member of the public would go to cosb.us, the main page, and then essentially hover over departments, which you can see here on the front page, and then the drop-down menu would come down, and then the person would click on the Resource Management Agency, also circled in red. And once that's done, the person can either go into the instructional videos so they can lead to do the user account registration. Again, we're working on bringing that video back up, but however, I will go into how to register. So essentially, the person would go into permitting services, again, on our department's website from all the different divisions. It would be permitting services, which would be in the front link or on the site. Actually, it would be on the front link. Then it's gonna take the person to San Benito County Resource Management Agency main page to register. And all the person would have to do is create an account. So click on create an account. I circled it in red. And that would take the person to a next page. It's just basically providing their personal information, username, email address, password, and that way that information is what the user would have in order to register into the Acela. Then it would take them to the next page, which it would ask if the person's an individual, like a homeowner, or if they belong to an organization, like if they're, maybe an architect firm, engineering firm, or maybe belong to like an organization like CHISPA or any other organization. Then it's going to require their personal information, name, number, how we can get a hold of them, and that's it. That's pretty much it. The person is now registered and they have an account with RMA. And they're able to now, again, like I mentioned, submit a building permit, submit any type of complaints for code enforcement. I do want to mention that there are people that just don't want to deal with any type of tech, and that's fine. We have a few building permit techs, a couple of building permit techs at the department, and we're more than happy to help them if that's their preference, if they don't want to go through the technology part of it. And so all they would need to do is just put in their username and their password, and then they would be able to, enter whatever information they want to enter on either a building permit, planning aspect, code enforcement, or public works, like Steve was mentioning right now, if they want to submit for a grading permit. Very briefly, for example, somebody wants to submit a code enforcement violation, they would go into the complaints aspect of it on the main page. They would click on that, and then there's a drop-down menu with all the different types of potential code violations. And if the drop-down does not include their potential code violation, the person can put it on the search button, and that will notify us that it's not within the drop-down menu, and it's in there. So it would be building without permits, unpermitted cannabis cultivations, substandard building, etc. The person could enter their information, any type of attachments like pictures, and then they would be able to review all the information and submit it to code enforcement, and then code enforcement will receive it there. So that's essentially an overview of Acela. I have a few additional slides on how to submit a building permit and how to do a plan check. If we also do have videos on that. If you prefer, I can elaborate a little bit more on that, or however you prefer. There's a few more slides on it if that's the will of the board, or.
It's I think you have direction to where to go to actually pull it up. So I really appreciate your time. We're trying to allocate 15 minutes, a little bit more than the 10 minutes the board's asked, but I think this is really great information. So
I appreciate that.
You used your time up.
Thank you.
Thanks, Abraham.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good Good morning again, board and members of the public. I'm going to present 2 resources that are available to the board, county staff, and public when searching for documents such as agendas, resolutions, ordinances, staff reports, or contracts. And I'd like to share with you and the public how to search for a large amount of information that's available on our website. And our first resource is called Laserfish. This is a large archive of documents available online to the public on our website. On this document management platform, we have contracts, resolutions, ordinances, agenda item transmittals, agendas, and minutes. And I will show you on our website how you can get there. So if you go to our homepage and you scroll down to the middle, here under Document Archive, it'll take you to Laserfish. And here you have a search bar that you can put in any key phrases that you're looking for. For example, if I'm looking for the contract for Granicus, I can just search it there, and it'll pop up anything that has the name Granicus on there. It'll also show you on what pages that specific search comes up on, so you can click and it'll go directly to that page on here. You can also look for specific resolutions if you have the resolution number, ordinances, minutes. You can go in specifically to each item if you don't want to do the search. The next platform is Peak Agenda. And on this, you can find all of our Board of Supervisor meetings from August 2022 through present. Before that, from October 2015 through June 22, they are on Novus agenda, and I'll show where we can find each. But we are currently working on moving all of our items or agendas from Novus onto Peak, so we're just on one platform. On here, you can also find agendas for LAFCO, Parks and Recreation Commission, Planning Commission, Intergovernmental Committee, and the Veterans Park Commission. And on here, you can find the agendas, minutes, video, and agenda packets. So again, I'll show you where you can find this on our website. From our homepage, you can click on BOS Meetings Peak, and you will see all of our Board of Supervisors upcoming meetings. Once the agenda is posted, you'll find the agenda on there as well. And another way you can view our meetings, you have Facebook, Zoom, YouTube, but you can also view it on Peak. So currently we can view the meeting we have right now here. For past meetings, you go to the available archives, and you can see all the agendas, minutes, and the videos for the past meetings as well. So if I were to want to watch the meeting for March 28th, I can go there. And a really great feature on here is that you can go specifically to whatever item you want to watch. You don't have to go through the whole 4-hour meeting looking for that specific item. You just click on the item you want to watch, and it'll go directly to that part of the meeting. And here you can also see the minutes once they're published and the agenda for that meeting. Lastly, you can also search for specific items on past meetings that have already come before the board. Under this search archives, I want to look up housing element. It'll show me what date that item went to the board, and if I click on it, it'll also take me to the video and that specific item. And so for these videos on Peak, those specifically started in January of this year. So from January forward, you can watch those videos. And that's it. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, there's been a lot of work. We've been working on the back end to try to get the systems up to date. And one big push was, especially with COVID, was consolidating everything that we had in folders and in actual documents into the system. So we use CRF funding, some ARPA funding, and so this is kind of we're reaping what has been sowed, and the board's approving some of the technology funding, and I think it's really important and great for us because it's easy now. It's all online, and people can just go out there and look at it, and it's efficient for them as well. So just wanted to make sure that the board was aware of that as well as the public. So I want to thank the team for all their hard work.
Thank you. I know it's been a process, and so the community doesn't quite know what goes on behind closed doors, and so thank you for that, because it just makes finding meetings, conversations, documents so easy. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and go to public comment, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Thank you. Bringing it back to the board, does the board have any comments or questions? No?
I just want to say thank you. I think it's incredible to see the progress that's been made in just a few short years. I mean, we can go back to how it was back in the day, and I totally can relate to the paper maps. Yeah, the maps make a huge difference, accessing all of the contracts and all of the agendas, but also that new tool of being able to just click on the item, and if you have constituents that say they didn't get to see it, you can click on that item and forward that link to that item, and it will send that item so it goes right to them. They don't have to go searching for it. It's really wonderful. So thank you so much for everybody's hard work. I know it's been a lot in the making.
Yeah, thank you. Really exciting to see all of the kind of improvements and efficiencies. So thank you. Exciting.
Chair?
I
Madam Chair?
think
If I could say something.
you want to.
Yeah, can I make a comment about
Oh,
that?
yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. Sorry to cut you off. No, I just want to say I don't know if everyone realizes the GIS that we have going on here. It's impressive by Santa Clara standards, right? I don't know if everyone knows that, but what we're doing here, as far as GIS and some of the other services and programs, is pretty incredible for the county, and it's just a big leap. It's a big improvement for the county, and just relative to places nearby, we're really on it and really ahead of things with that. So that's it.
Thank you. Okay, I think we'll take a 5-10 minute recess. Thank you. Receive a presentation from the county clerk, recorder, registrar of voters about their new website and domain name change.
Hey, can you hit the mic? That little button on. There's a button.
I have to do the introduction again? Okay.
Yeah. Thanks.
Let me go back on my speech. Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and residents of San Benito County. Today, the Office of the County Clerk, Recorder, and Elections is proud to announce that it has successfully launched a new website with a Gov domain that is dual language, mobile friendly, and fully accessible with people with disabilities. We will now spend a couple minutes going over the pages of the website. But before we do that, Michael Parsons, our Information System Coordinator, will be providing information on the infrastructure and security of our new revamped website.
Morning, Board. Our new site is clean, fresh, and designed to meet the needs of all users, regardless of device, and especially mobile viewing. Every page, we considered how the mobile look would appear to the voter, to the user. It has bilingual capabilities with the click of a link. Our old site was able to reach accessibility score of 85 with a paid third-party add-on. We now meet a 98% score with no need for any additional add-on. The new site address, San Benito County CA-CRE.gov. Why so long? The .gov registrar requires that all sites be identifiable by geographical location. SBC vote could be San Bernardino, Santa Barbara, who knows how many other in the United States. San Benito would be San Benito, Texas. So we had to use the full name, including county and state. The .gov domain is only allowed for use by U.S. government agencies, and this is verified by the Cyber Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA. The domain is free. There's no annual cost. .gov signals trust and credibility to the user. .gov forces HTTPS, secure connections to all websites. And in addition, CISA and other agencies do monitor all .gov websites and will notify the security contact directly in an event any bad actor is noticed. So, Chief Deputy Ana De Castro will demonstrate some of the clerk section of the website.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, Madam Chair. Let's explore our website a bit. We're going to start at the county clerk. We're going to hover over and you'll see a couple drop downs. So birth, death, marriage certificates, licenses and ceremonies, business filings, including CEQA, public notice bulletin board, and the conflict of interest form 700. We're going to go ahead and go to the birth, death, marriage certificates, with it's a really big part of the county clerk for all of our vital requests. All vital requests can be made online. So here we're going to scroll down and you'll see the easy layout that we have here for birth certificates, public marriage certificates, confidential marriage certificates, and death certificates. So any one of these requests, which are available, birth certificates if you're born here in San Benito County, and if you'd like to get married here or anywhere in the state of California, we're able to allowed to get a marriage certificate here. So you can click on any of those and go and receive your vital records there. If we scroll down and you would like to learn more about each of the vital records, you can click on any of these and it'll be a drop down and you can learn more about each of these sections. So I invite you to go into our county clerk and explore more of our website. I will now turn it over to our Deputy Jacqueline Taylor to let you know more about the recorder side. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. The recorder section, let me just click there. Here we go. So the recorder section provides a comprehensive list of recording services provided with detailed explanations and outside links to resources for easy access. So here, under the recording information, you will find additional resources such as how to record a document. This one is a step-by-step guide on how to record land transactions such as deeds, liens, agreements, property transfers on death, and all other land titles. This section specifically was created to assist the public and educate them about the recording process. Often we get customers in person that wish to either add or remove someone from their property title without bringing a document. They don't know there is a process. A document must be drafted first prior to us recording it. We've also created, under the recording requirements, this list that provides the statutory citations for California and county-specific codes to help the public minimize the rejection of documents that don't meet the recording requirements and save them time. Since we are now offering e-recording, there's also an e-recording section on this side. And this section is dedicated for third-party submitters with instructions on how to register with us. By the way, more than 60% of the recordings we do are done through electronic recordings. That is a huge accomplishment for our county. There is also a section where copies can be purchased from the comfort of your home, so you no longer have to come into the office just to purchase a copy. So we have available forms. Here is a list of the forms we have available to the public so that they can either use this as reference or use them for self-help. Lastly, there is a restrictive covenant modification that I would like to point out. As you know, AB 1466 allow us and required us to remove restricted language for recorded documents. So we are really pushing the public and the community to read their deeds, find out if there's any restrictive language, and if there is, it explains here what they need to do, the form that they need to fill out, and how to file it with us. This will remove the additional or restrictive language that there is. Thank you for your attention. I will now pass the mic back to the elected official, Francisco Diaz.
Thank you, Jacqueline. So the elections page has now been grouped into 6 categories based on 3 factors. First, it was analytics. 2 was public input. And number 3, it was standardization practices that are going across the state of California. For example, if you go to the candidate and campaigns page, you're going to find vital information that people that are thinking of running for office are going to need, or for the public to monitor candidates. For example, this page includes things like how to run for office, lists of candidates, campaign finance disclosure forms, and one that is often sought out is measures and initiatives. Whereas, if you were to go to our voting options page, you're going to find information that's critical and important for people to make an informed decision on how they're going to vote. Whether it's be finding your voting location, your drop box location, or if you decide to vote by mail, it will tell you the processes of how to go and about do that. Of course, it also provides information for people that are currently in the military or overseas, which does require additional steps and could potentially be a cumbersome step. However, we try and done our best to make this process as easy as possible. This also includes a group of the community that is sometimes forgotten, which is people that are currently incarcerated that do have the right to vote. And finally, for anybody who's a student of politics like myself, we have a very comprehensive voter data and election statistics page that might be useful for people, where you can find quantitative data that pertains to voter registration, historical patterns, political party registration as well. Now, this section, we spent quite a bit of time and went to the wrong section. Request, here we go. and it provides information whether it be in a pie graph or also Excel form and various other formats. Now, that now concludes our 3 pages in our website, but I want to take a moment to thank my staff because they've gone above and beyond to make sure that we could accomplish this. Now, this wasn't an easy effort. It's taken about 4 months to be able to accomplish this. And my staff has spent over hundreds of hours formatting, surveying the public, and doing content creation to make sure that our website is not only accessible, compatible, but the most important factor, it meets the needs of our residents in San Benito County. And thanks to their dedication, almost done. Thanks to their dedication, we're the first county in San Benito to transfer to a Gov domain, which puts us ahead of the curve because the Secretary of State is considering at the moment requiring all county elections offices to transition to a .gov. So it just happens that we're ahead of this. Once again, I would like to thank everyone in my office for being able to put this together and for doing such a great job. Thank you. And last one.
Francisco, you had mentioned we're the first county in the county. You meant first county in the state, right?
No, so the first agency in the county is San Benito.
Agency in the county, okay.
There's a couple other elections offices in the state, but predominantly the majority of them are not at .gov. But that's a big transition that we are trying to transfer. One of the key main reasons is because to obtain another URL like a .com or US, it's free. Whereas for a Gov, you have to apply and get certified, and essentially you're authenticated as a true government agency.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to public comment, please. If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions? I know Supervisor Curro, you've got to be wanting to say something, right?
I just have to say what a good job you guys are all doing. You know, it makes me feel very proud to know that you've all embraced some of the things that we were trying to do, but you've taken it to a whole new level. And getting to 98%, if I have that right, 98% accessibility, that is, if you don't know, when it comes to voting, accessibility and making and breaking down all the barriers is the #1 thing that we strive to do. And to get it to 98%, that is just a huge accomplishment. And I really need, you know, it doesn't, some people may not recognize it, but it affects the individuals that have had barriers in being able to get access to voting and get information. And it helps them not only vote, but also have the potential of running for office. So I really appreciate that. The one thing I did want to point out that I didn't see that you guys highlighted is that you do still have the recorder search options so that you can search for documents online. You cannot see them. You can purchase them and they'll be sent to you, correct?
So, great question. So one of the new features that we have implemented now is that you can actually purchase a document and download it yourself too as well.
Download it yourself, that's
so
great.
there's no longer necessary for you to send forms or anything to our office and then have it delay for us to mail it back to you.
And the only reason I'm bringing that up is because there's a lot of talk out there. You see it on the news and on commercials all the time about real estate fraud and that your home's being taken away from you. And you have free resources you do not have to pay for. You can just go on to the recorder's website. You can search your property and you will be able to see if there's been any transactions on that property since your deed was recorded or whatever document, at what status your property may be if you have a mortgage or something. But you're able to go and look at yourself. My husband to this day still says, you know, do we need to get this, you know, prevention stuff? I'm like, honey, it's real easy. We just go on and I do it like once a month just to double check. But it does allow you to see if someone has recorded a fraudulent document, and it does happen. It's not something that we can completely 100% stop. And unfortunately, I think future legislation is going to be necessary to be able to address this issue when it comes to real estate fraud. So thank you.
If I can say something to that, we're actually right now pending approval of a contract, gonna be providing a service where you can actually receive notifications through email whether there's been any sort of document recorded against your property. And we've also expanded that now we have a relationship with our district attorney to review any potential cases of fraud, and his office is doing a good job. We actually just did a press release about 2 weeks ago regarding some attempts to scam people for information. And we did a large press release, and we're trying to notify the public about these malicious actors.
Yeah, that's wonderful. And what's great about this is a service that the county's providing that individuals will not have to pay for. That the paid option is an option, but I highly recommend that we utilize this free service and inform our seniors, because seniors are the most vulnerable when it comes to these fraudulent recordings.
Madam Chair, yeah, real brief. We have a great election staff, so thank you for all your work. I've always had great experiences, and I've never heard a negative thing about that staff. So just very good work. And the only question I have is there a benefit at all for the county to at some point move to a .gov? I'm not an expert on this.
Yeah, years ago we had one of the longest domain names. It was a full sentence, and so at the time we changed it. We worked with auditing and a few other folks and have what we have today. So that is something we can look at. We've been busy with a lot of other things, but that's something we can look at.
Just a thought.
And we could bring that to the IT committee and discuss that a little further. Yeah.
Thank you, Francisco and team. You guys do a great, great job. This is exciting to see. So thank you.
We appreciate it.
Okay, moving now on to item 2.3, receive an update from the Office of Emergency Services.
So we have Chris, our OES manager here. We also have Tracy Belton, Steve Loop, and Dr. Clark. They'll be commenting on this item, and Steve will be filling in for Ken. Ken, unfortunately, is not available, but he'll be commenting on the ag side. So, Chris?
Good morning, everybody. Just a few items to touch on this update. We have opened the Disaster Recovery Center. It opened on the 13th. It operates Monday through Saturday from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. It is closed Sundays. It will be open through May 13th, and if they need to go longer, they will. It is located at the Strata Verde Center in their warehouse. And when I say if they need to go longer, they are FEMA, Cal OES, SBA, and about 10 state agencies, including the DMV, Department of Insurance. There are several nonprofits included. The Red Cross and Catholic Charities are there, and then others have come and go as they can. Literature on all our local resources is there. It's on a table when you first walk in. As of Sunday night, there were 96 registrants. The Disaster Survivors Assistant teams, which were the boots on the ground teams, had gone out on, they started on April 10th, and they are wrapping up out in the fields today. They canvassed 448 homes, 23 faith-based organizations, 7 community-based organizations, and 119 businesses. So the Boots on the Ground team did an outstanding job of getting out to the different sections of the county, walking door to door to let them know of services available. If residents are unsure if they qualify, apply. It's the only way they'll know what benefits they could be entitled or eligible for. We continue to update our cosb.us storm page. Anytime we get new information from Cal OES or FEMA, it's put on there as well as distributed out by our PIO. We've been participating in weekly calls with our nonprofit and community-based organizations. It's been held every Monday morning at 8 a.m. And yesterday morning, we had a presentation from FEMA on long-term recovery and the roles that the nonprofits, community and faith-based organizations play in that role. And we feel good about how that's going and the direction we'll take to start working on forming a tri-county organization with our nonprofits. That is my report from OES.
I have the least to report. We have been working closely with HHS. We have all the phone numbers of families that need behavioral health services. When they call, we respond, and we also have pamphlets and information distributed at events and any opportunities that come up. So we're ready to serve.
Good morning. So I'm just going to report out on the RV site. So we currently have 13 families housed at the RV site. It is a case managed program. We have a social worker assigned to the site. We're just really moving it forward, helping these families, assisting them to find permanent housing. We've realized that this is probably going to be one of the biggest barriers for these 13 families. Just be mindful that these families, at the end of their stay in September, will have been housed for 9 months. These families transitioned from the migrant center, and they were housed there for 3 months prior to this transition. So we did also had our first ad hoc meeting with Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Curl. I think one of you are going to report out on the ad hoc today. So it was a very good meeting. I feel like we shared a lot of good information. And so if any housing opportunities come forward, please share them with us so that we can share them with the families. The other task that we worked on was transportation for some of the students that attend Spring Grove School. And with partnership with Spring Grove School, we were able to secure transportation for the 5 students there. So they started getting picked up on Monday morning, and the school was able to work with the SELPA director to get with the homeless programs to get transportation, and they're being returned home on the County Express. So Supervisor Gonzalez also helped us with that. The only other thing is we are working together, myself and Steve, staff time. We've committed probably 2 full-time employees to manage this site. It's been a lot of work. And so we may be bringing back to the board a request for funding for the full-time employees that have been. Steve has 2 employees and I have 1 full-time employee that's working on the site. So we're hoping that the time will minimize a little bit as things get more stable, but there is a lot of work to be done. So that's all I have to report out.
And just to piggyback on what Tracy mentioned, so we essentially have 2 staff at the trailers because they go in pairs. And so together, those staff are spending about 40 to 42 hours per week. That includes the weekends. So it is a bit of an effort, but we're making it work. And yeah, so we'll move forward on that. Then back to the storm updates. And as Chris mentioned, if folks that are listening, if you had storm damage per the storms, we highly recommend you go to that DRC and say, this is my address, I had storm damage, specifically to dwelling units, because as Chris mentioned, and even previously, we went door to door to everyone that we thought had damage with FEMA, and that's how we received the individual assistance proclamation, which was great news. But there might be folks in the county that we didn't know about that had storm damage to their dwelling units. So if that's you, please go to that center and have some photos ready, have some documentation. But there's a lot of opportunities there in a good way. So just encourage you to do that. So before I get into some of Public Works things, as the CAO mentioned, Ag Commissioner is out of the office today, so Ken would like me to mention that due to the storms, crop production is approximately 30 to 40 days behind schedule. And a second item that he wanted me to mention, courtesy of the farmers, is that whether it's the spring or blue skies, but our farmers are experiencing a lot of vehicles speeding around their farm equipment, and we understand you need to pass the farm equipment at some point in a safe, legal manner, but we do live in a rural community, so please respect our farmers and their equipment on our roads that we share together as a community. Thank you. All right. So, storm updates, Public Works. As you all know, the county was approved for public assistance for the December, January storm events, and we've finished the debris removal in public right-of-way for the December, January storm events. That's 100% reimbursable by FEMA. Great news. And then we have some other items that we're working through with them on more permanent fixes that will most likely be either 100% or 94% approved by them as well. So I actually had some more site visits with FEMA yesterday, touring around the county, and that all pertained to the original December, January storm events, and the site visit went well. So for the February, March storm event, the county was also declared eligible in a good way for public assistance for that storm event, and we've already been starting a lot of that debris cleanup, and that's ongoing. That's good news because we actually had more damage to the county in February, March storms because the ground was already saturated from the previous events. And so that February, March event, even though it was a smaller storm event, it was almost pure runoff. And so we've been still, even to this day, just opening roads for folks and creating roads for folks. And but it's ongoing. And so then we have another upcoming meeting with FEMA to talk about those storm impacts. There'll be a meeting here and go through all the different roads and issues we've had with the February, March events. And so that's forthcoming with them in a good way. And I'll just pause there. So.
And then I'll add that on Tuesday, May 2nd, in the chambers at 9 a.m. is a public assistance applications meeting. And that the ad hoc will be invited just for the information, but it is to help people that qualify for public assistance, which mainly is for the county, to complete that process. And that's a FEMA requirement that we host it, and we'll be sending that information out. But the date was just confirmed last night. Any questions?
Let's go ahead and do public comment first, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Thank you. Okay, any comments, questions from the board? Supervisor Gonzalez?
I was just going to give an update of the ad hoc, but go ahead, Supervisor. Okay. Supervisor Kerr and I met actually in Sacramento before the ad hoc meeting. We kind of discussed some of the concerns, and it was my understanding that the ad hoc was formed based on some of the concerns that were raised by the residents at the Board of Supervisors meeting the first part of April. And I was troubled by those concerns, and so I really got involved. I attended a department meeting with Tracy and Enrique to kind of hear how the county departments were facilitating the needs. And given the process, I am utterly amazed at what the county has done to meet the needs of the residents. And so all the concerns that were raised have been addressed quite adequately, I might add. And it's just a matter now of permanent housing, when the September 6-month deadline or 9-month deadline hits. And so that's something we're probably going to need to keep on harping on and see if we know anyone who has any available units, find any kind of resource we can to send to the families. But I am very pleased to say that the residents' concerns have been met and addressed, and there aren't any right now going on. So I just want to say thank you. But I did learn something during our ad hoc meeting, and I think maybe Tracy or Steve might want to share. I did not realize that any other county in the state has not done what we have done and risen to the level that we have for the needs of the families. I mean, we really, again, I'm a firm believer you have to pat yourself on the back and tout your own successes. And I just thought this was what other counties do. And I was super surprised in a pleasant way how San Benito County went above and beyond, not only met the needs, but we as a board, we as a board extended $500,000 to allocate toward the trailers. And you just have to share that we as a county went above and beyond and did more than was expected. And so I personally want to say thank you. I don't, mean to look a gift horse in the eye, but I just apologize if I came off as indignant when I just thought that's what you're supposed to do. And I realized that we as a county did phenomenally in our addressing the families. So thank you to everyone who was involved in that and met the families' needs and did what they could. So thank you very much. Yes.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve, I'm just still interested in talking at some point about looking at the San Juan Valley in particular, and I know that's sort of post-event analysis, but just to keep that on the radar, I'm still getting questions about and theories about, the cause of why it, aside from the fact that we had record rains, but just the flows that happened and some of the issues that there's a lot of people speculating about the cause and the silt and the sediment and all these different things. So if we can talk further at some point about that, I'd appreciate that. And then the other thing, just I'm interested in the roads, as always, with the rains. The roads are in awful shape, and at some point, maybe if we can get an update on where we're at with the contractor, the contract that we have for road maintenance, and where you guys are at, if you need more resources as far as addressing the potholes and things that we need to fill in the post-storm.
Yeah, and on that note, for the next Board of Supervisor meeting, I believe it's May 9th, I'll provide kind of a road status on all our projects, CIP projects, and that'll also help, segue into the budget discussions. So, and then we can talk offline. I had a real good meeting with a big local quarry owner and how we're going to address some of the issues that you're alluding to, but yeah, we can talk offline.
Okay, great. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Curl?
Sure. I want to thank staff. I also agree that San Benito County has gone above and beyond when it comes to how we've reacted and what we've done for some of our residents. And we have to understand that there is some, in my opinion, and what I've heard, is there's some misinformation that, this is not a 6-month housing. It is really 6 months. We have those trailers are assigned for other things. We really need to help our evacuees really find permanent housing. And I know that Tracy and her team are really working hard, giving as many options as possible. One of the biggest challenges I see is that there's an impression that it may be a longer duration of housing. And I want to make sure from my aspect and from where I'm coming from, I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, but I don't see it going any further than the September date. So we're going to be meeting, getting updates once a month, and what we've asked from the ad hoc is to kind of give an update at the end of each month of how many residents have we placed, what some of the options have happened, and then really even looking outside of not just the resources we have in our community, which are very sparse and limited, is looking at resources where they can find assistance in other areas, just because we did go above and beyond, and this is something that is going to be a very tough situation in September if we do not have housing for them. And it breaks my heart right now, even just thinking about it. But we can only take on so much, and individuals have to step up as well. When it comes to offline about roads, really excited to hear about a roads update in May. Would really like to see if GIS could maybe be updated with some date links on there. You know how I love, because I can go to it and then I won't have to bug you. I can just tell the residents right away, as long as GIS is current. And I know right now we have some changes because of the storms. It's kind of set some stuff back. But if we could get GIS updated again, where it shows some dates and projections, spring, fall, summer, that would be wonderful. Not exact dates, because I know you can't promise, and they could state tentative, but giving the residents some idea of when these roads are going to be repaired. Additionally, offline, I know you and I are going to meet. I've already invited Supervisor Zanger to meet, and so I know we can't have 3 of us, but we're kind of all talking about the same thing. So not sure if maybe we want to just bring it to the board as a whole, instead of having to have separate meetings with all of us about the removal of the silt and the pileups that are on sides of roads, and what is the responsibility of the county versus the responsibility of maybe the property owner or the business owner or the agency, which could include a water district. Or a water company. So those are the kind of conversations I want to have, and maybe we can, maybe two of us, I don't know how we do that, two of us can get together with you and then maybe come back and update the board so we don't have to take too much of your time. Thank you.
Supervisor Zenger?
Yeah, just quickly, I just want to stress that I am on the same page as Supervisor Curro as far as the trailers go. We set a date, and this can't just be free housing forever indefinitely. We need to stick with what we said. So I would just continue to encourage everyone that's staying out there to continue looking for permanent housing. That's all.
Well, thank you to staff, and thank you to our ad hoc committees, who I know are committing a ton of time and resources to that committee. I'm really excited to hear that you're going to do it. I had some questions on roads, and I'm just going to save those for May. And thank you just so much to all of the work you guys. It's so exciting to hear that we've been doing such an amazing job. I hadn't heard that. So kind of nice to hear. I feel like all we do is get bashed all the time up here. And nice to hear that, wow, we're doing some great things. I see so many positive things that staff is doing and changes that are being made. And so it's really exciting. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, long-term recovery takes a long time. We're still closing out some things from 2017 storms. But we're on it, and we won't stop here. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, item 2.4, sorry, receive an update presentation on the American Rescue Plan Act and Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund budget projects and program allocations.
I'll go ahead and just open this up briefly before Gracie and Ramon speak. I just wanted to share that this item's very important. Again, as mentioned by Ramon at our last budget meeting, we have limited time on spending this money. So one of the reasons why we brought this back to you during this board meeting to get some direction, really to move forward with allocating the funding that we have within this budget, the ARPA budget, to move forward with some of these projects. So appreciate all the work that's gotten into this, and appreciate Gracie presenting on this item. Gracie?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board Supervisors, and members of the public. As CAO mentioned, this is a brief update on ARPA and the LATCF funding. So to get started, at the March 14th, 2023 board meeting, the board approved the reallocation of $200,000 to the Rotary Club of San Juan Bautista for broadband. And that came out of the $3 million that was allocated for homeless lands, also known as land acquisition, with the potential backfilling the homeless program with the $100,000 that was set aside for the Sheriff's Communication Equipment Program. At that meeting, the board requested a future update, which is presented here and for your consideration. Staff is recommending, as you can see on item number 22 and 25, staff is recommending a reallocation of $1.85 million of the land acquisition committed funds to the Sheriff's Communication Equipment Program. The remaining $1.05 million will stay in the land acquisition project fund, and that does not include the $100,000 that was initially set aside for the Sheriff's Communication Equipment. Moving on into the LATCF, also known as the Local Assistance and Tribal Contingency Fund. Just a brief updates on this program. We submitted our first annual report. The next report will be due next March 2024. We report on an annual basis on obligations and expenditures that we have allocated these funds towards. The Local Assistance and Tribal Contingency Fund is a general revenue enhancement program. We are part of the eligible entities. The other eligible entities included the tribal governments and revenue sharing consolidated governments. And I do want to show what we received for our county. Okay. Fortunately, it's not showing, but we'll go ahead and move forward. So we're going.
I'll just go ahead and highlight that. That's about $303,000 is what our county will be receiving for that fund. So just so that the board knows.
Wasn't it 330?
Uh,
I thought it was.
oh yeah, you know what?
I
Hang on.
think it was
I'll pull it up.
330.
I think you're right. It's actually, my apologies. Hang on. I did that off of memory, which is probably not.
We have received a request from CSAC in regards to the National Center for Public Lands Counties, the National Association of Counties, also known as NACO, and the Western Interstate Regions, also known as WIR Boards of Directors, have established the National Center for Public Lands Counties, also known as the Center, to give public lands counties an enhanced opportunity to demonstrate how prosperous public land counties create a prosperous United States. Their mission is to advance the policy and practice study, research, and learning networks for American public lands county. So what they're asking for is a county contribution of a 1% of our LATCF fundings, and that is equivalent to $3,303.99 out of the total amount that we received, which was roughly the $3,300,000. So staff recommendation at this time is to approve the $1.85 million reallocation of land acquisition committed funds to the Sheriff's Communication Equipment Program. We are also recommending that you delegate authority to the County Administration Officer to take necessary action regarding the Sheriff's Communication Equipment Program. Lastly, we are requesting you receive an update presentation on the ARPA funding and the LATCF funding budget projects and program allocations, and also if you would like to discuss and provide any staff direction on either of those two programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude that presentation?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to public comment, please.
If you'd like to provide a comment for item number 2.4, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon. Peter O'Day.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Peter O'Day. I'm the DSA president, also a proud member of the Sheriff's Office. I just want to speak today that we're in lockstep with the Sheriff, that we need these radio funds. The radio communication system is a basic tool that we use on patrol and every day to serve the public. It allows us to call for help. It allows us to direct and channel emergency resources. It allows us to communicate with one another. Every other county around here has a very high-quality functioning radio system, and we've dealt for many years with challenges with ours. Now, these challenges can be geographic. We have a mountainous area of our county. It is difficult, and it costs money to fix. But the radio system that we have now is ineffective. It doesn't allow me to communicate with the people on patrol. It doesn't allow me to communicate with dispatch. And we have the opportunity to fix that. And we're very excited about that, to have a modern communication system that ultimately we can do our jobs better with. And we want to serve the public by use of these systems. So we really hope that the board would see fit to direct this money and to make these structural improvements that we need to go out there and serve the public effectively. That's all the comments I have for you. Thank you.
No other comments.
Madam Chair, if I may, just want to add a comment. Yes, you are correct. I just looked it up and did that off of memory, so my apologies. It was actually, I'll give you the correct figure. It was $330,398.72, and the $3,303.99 is what CSAC is requesting. So, as 1% of that, going to really addressing the PILT in our county, addressing some of those issues that other counties have. So, just for a point of clarity.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Curl?
I'd just like to say, Supervisor Zanger and I are on the communications ad hoc, and we had a really productive meeting with the Sheriff's Department and staff, and we feel that this allocation of funds is really going to address the communication issue that unfortunately has gone on much longer than I think anyone had anticipated. I think this is something that was intended to be addressed quite some time ago, and unfortunately, with matters that have occurred, it hasn't. I do like the plan that the Sheriff's Department is proposing. It will hopefully not only keep our employees safe, but it will allow them to react to emergencies in a much more productive manner. It may not solve all of our connectivity issues in the mountain areas, but we can take this one chunk at a time. And I think this is a big step, and I highly recommend that we support this reallocation of ARPA funding. The other thing is, I see that there's still, I'm assuming, if I'm understanding correctly, this funding for the communications equipment, which is more than just radios, it's a whole infrastructure for communication in our county, that came from the land acquisition line. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
I just, oh, sorry.
It was the 3 million.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that we're being transparent on where did it come from. And can we comment or anything on land acquisition? Is there any comment that can be made?
I will just say that we had approximately $3 million allocated for that, and we're still going to continue to move forward with land acquisition with the $1 million that we have and any additional funding that we could find as well. So.
Not being on the facilities committee, but knowing enough about facilities and departments to know that we have a very big need on facilities. I am very grateful that we have not removed any of the funding for the Hall of Records we also talked about the parks and the bathrooms, so I'm really happy that that's kind of been set aside. I would like to have a conversation about can some departments that are having some issues potentially with hazardous material that has been identified, not just the asbestos in the tiles, but asbestos that is in areas that could be utilized for the growth of employees in departments, but really maybe look at what some of the needs of some of these departments are, and maybe look at this budget cycle and allocating departments I'm not saying, we're going to redo your interior, but allow departments to have the opportunity to fix something in their facility or their department that will better the environment for employees. This could be painting, which a lot of departments have done themselves. I don't know if many people know, the county will provide the paint to the department, and then the staff, when they're not on duty, are basically painting the department. So I thank all those volunteer staff members that have done that for the departments, but if you're a department that didn't know you can do this is an option. They won't paint for you, but you can paint for yourself. But some departments, they're like, all we need is, nicer carpet, or all we need is, a better break area, or, we need to repair our front counter or have security cameras added. If we could just give some of these departments a portion of maybe some of the funds, or budget this so that the departments can have a small win in this fiscal year on facilities, I would recommend that. But I am not on the facility committee, so I can't make any direct recommendations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So are you suggesting taking land acquisition and turning that to county facilities? Is that what I'm understanding?
I'm giving it an idea that we could potentially budget this fiscal year like a little refresher, let's clean house and give everybody a little, it doesn't take much. Just, carpet or paint or something can change, or even a phone system. There was a period of time that we had phone systems that would just drop calls, and we went a period of time. There was a couple of years that we went where we just had dropped calls. If we could have just had a new phone system, it would have been great. So each department has their own challenges and their own needs, and if we could allocate maybe based on, the department size or budget or something, I would like either something from there or in the overall budget.
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I comment? So I do know that there are funds available. Teeter funds were actually allocated for the elections assessors, tax collector area. That was definitely something that we needed to address. So we can bring this back to the facility committee and discuss this further. I do know that we're taking a tour tomorrow afternoon to look at our facilities and to look at potentially expanding or purchasing of a site as well. So we're working on those things, and we'll come back during the budget process. May 16 could be a good conversation for this as well.
I really appreciate that, and I think all the staff really appreciate the facility committee doing the tours, because it does make a difference, and you can really tell the difference between a general funded department and a state funded department. It's like night and day.
Supervisor Zenger?
Thank you. Yeah, I just have a couple comments quickly about the Sheriff's Communication Equipment Program. I understand the importance of a functioning radio system. I just understand how important that is in communications. I know the last item that came to the board from the sheriff, the new tasers and body cam and whatnot, we had a lively discussion. I had some questions, but with something like this, I think it's just crucial. I think it's absolutely crucial. And so even though last time Sheriff Taylor mentioned he wouldn't come back to ask for anything for 5 years, and I'm looking at him, I'm willing to let it slide because this is so important. So that's all I have to say.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this is a basic need, and it's just, it is unfortunate. Our county's relatively poor, and it's taken us this long, but I certainly support the equipment and our sheriff's office, and want to make sure that our sheriff's deputies and everybody in that department have the resources they need to do their jobs. So certainly support that. I just want to mention, when we talk about land acquisition, I think it's okay to say we're talking about homelessness and potential homeless shelter expansion. I am a proponent of continuing to pursue those options, but we do have we have to manage our opportunities for funding in a strategic fashion, and there are many opportunities out there for funding for homelessness from the state, and so this county is going to continue to pursue those, and hopefully we can get those funds and still look at expanding our homeless shelter offerings and other housing options for the homeless. And then on the facilities, we can certainly talk. I just, that would certainly fit into the broader discussion about the budget, which is an appropriate time for that. And just if we have the money, that's great. But I just want to say, when you put money towards certain things, then other things very likely have to get cut. We don't really have a lot of wiggle room for, so those are going to be tough discussions that we have here in the next couple of months. It's not as easy as just let's put money toward those things. So just want to put that out there. But otherwise, thank you very much.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, I'm just glad that we are tackling that $3 million figure that's been sitting out there as a placeholder. I would support the 1% of the tribal funds for the CSAC purpose. I was one of the most strongest defender of those funds when we first talked about that almost a month ago. And when CSAC presented this proposal for the 1%, to demonstrate how prosperous public land counties to create a more prosperous U.S. I was on board, but I felt like I would have been talking out of both sides of my neck here in terms of saying, don't touch that money, yet at the same time, 1%. And so I'm glad to see this presentation is here. I know RC has been asking to add this 1%. So this is a conversation we're having now to decide whether we're doing that 1% today, correct? Okay, so I would like to make sure we have that conversation to see what the will of the board is, but I would definitely support the 1% to support the global purpose that all 58 counties that are receiving that, well, I don't know if all 58 get it, but all the counties that receive those funds are contributing the 1% by the first portion of May. Going back to the sheriffs, it's a no-brainer for me. I've always been a supporter of the sheriffs, and as I said, we sat at one board of supervisors here, well, all 4 supervisors, other sources. We have to do public safety, and so I'm already in. So I'm glad that we are taking the 1.85 million from the money that was allocated as a placeholder. So I support both of these wholeheartedly. And then as to the facilities, yes, we do have a meeting this week, and so we'll talk. But I would concur with Supervisor Kozimicki, once the budget talks come up, to see what's going to be the best, most advantageous way to spend the funds. I see the room is filled with a sea of purple, and I'm wearing purple today in solidarity of the SEIU 2015. They're asking for health care, so I'm hoping that when we start talking budget, that's something that we can also keep in mind too, because I know that's a need that they have been asking for repeatedly. And I got your emails, 857 of them between Wednesday and Friday. I know one supervisor got 1,000, and so when you do that, we hear you, but it makes it really hard for us as supervisors to do our job. Each one of us up here don't have any staff, and so we're reading our own emails, filtering them, going through them, trying to respond. But when you do that, you're making it difficult for us to do our job. But I'm sympathetic. I understand your plea, but I'm also bound by the responsibility of balancing the budget and meeting the needs of the entire county. But I'm sympathetic. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'm really supportive of us reallocating the funds to this equipment. I'm so grateful to the ad hoc committee that you guys worked so quickly and efficiently. I think this is like record breaking for a topic coming and us actually making something happen. And so this is very, very overdue, and I'm really excited that this board is taking this and we're going to make movement on this. I will say that we keep calling it the sheriff's communications equipment, and this upgrade is going to tremendously improve a lot of the users. The sheriffs are just one of the users of this. So I appreciate their commitment and their help in help bringing this item to our attention, and for really kind of housing a lot of the communications, but they truly are one user of this. So this is not going to just benefit the sheriff's office. This is going to benefit a lot of different, every user that is on our communication network. As far as the LATCF fund, are we talking at all about that $330,000 today, an allocation, or we're not? Like, where is that? I know we brought that to the board, I don't know, a month or so ago. We talked about possibly using it to fund the Axon program through the Sheriff's Department. And then I see it here today, and it says that we submitted our annual report, but we didn't spend anything on that annual report, correct?
Correct. The board did not allocate any or obligate any of those funds to any particular projects. So we did submit a report with 0 expenses at this time. Our next report, as I mentioned, is due the following March, and hopefully by then we're able to kind of allocate some of that funding towards projects. At this time, under one of the staff recommendations is discuss and provide staff direction on either ARPA or LATCF funding. With that, we're asking either approval or denial of that 1% contribution to the center that NACO is trying to get up and running.
Okay, so you want us to approve the 1%?
Yes.
And then do you want direction on the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund? Like I said, the only thing I've heard that we've talked about funding was the Axon. So do we want to provide direction? Is that the direction that the board wants to move forward on that? And then also the 1.85 million reallocation. Correct. Okay. So let's.
May I suggest that we, if we are going to talk about the 1%, we allow the remainder to stay in the budget, so when we do start talking about budget, because then we have a bigger conversation to have. Right now, it's just an opportunity for a future conversation if we just talk about the 1% now, and the remainder can be allocated when we discuss the budget. That's just what I'm thinking.
Madam Chair, this whole 1% concept it seems like it's a separate issue to me, and I haven't really had a lot of time to. So 1%, we're just talking about.
It's $3,000. That's what got
it's
me
going to
confused.
CSAC?
I said 303,000.
It's
It's
a
the,
NACO-CSAC joint venture, and they're asking for all of the counties to contribute a 1% of the funds that they receive.
Or what do we get in return?
That's a great question.
It's basically what if I don't mind, if I may, what they are looking at is a National Center for Public Lands of counties. So it's going to be the center. They created this 501(c)(3), C3, and basically what they're looking at is to address some of the issues that especially rural counties have with regards to public lands. In our case, PILT. So with that, that funding was taken away from us. So there's advocacy to actually go back and try to get funding to cover that loss that we actually had before. So $3,000 versus hundreds of thousands of dollars, I think it's worth it in my opinion. And it's a very small amount throughout the state because other counties are putting 1% in, but their dollar figures are much more. So,
Madam Chair. And after sitting through that at CSAC and understanding that this is really truly to support the little guy like us that don't have the resources, that don't have the staff, I think the $3,000 is nothing compared to what it would cost to advocate for what they're going to do for us. And we can kind of report back from CSAC and give some feedback about what benefits they've been doing and what they've been doing, not just at the state level, but at the national level for getting revenue and resources to small rural counties.
Does that answer your question?
Well, I mean, if I'll jump in with Supervisor Kosmicki, I kind of understand. I mean, it's like what counties are participating, what exactly is the goal? I think the 1% is just being asked of us today, but we weren't really given a whole lot. I mean, this wasn't even included in our packet, so this is the first time really I'm seeing it. And the mission is to advance the policy and practice study, research and learning networks for America's public land counties. And while that sounds really, really great, on the surface, what exactly is that entailing and what exactly does that mean? So I guess I'm a little unclear about this 1%.
And we can come back to the board. I know CSAC has been very generous, willing to come and actually present to the board. So that's something that they could come and actually present this as well as the at-home, the all-in, because I think that's a huge significant direction or dive that they want to go in joining cities and counties together to address homelessness. Two separate items, but I think they're more than willing to come out to present. I think it'd be great to talk about those items that they're initiating and trying to push forward to help counties. So we can elaborate further on it. It's $330,000 total, $3,000. We can put that on ice for now and come back at a later date. I think, we can, on the 16th, we could probably talk a little bit more about it on the allocation of funding for the future. Now, keep in mind, in this budget that you have, there's some shortfalls as well because costs have increased and other things. So in order to kind of complete some of those things, we might need to redirect maybe those funds into those programs to make sure that they get accomplished. So that's just, we can talk about that on May 16th.
Is there any time issue with this 1%?
No,
for
we just
CSAC?
report out
I mean, do
zero.
we have?
Well, they
mean-
did want the counties to give their promise of contribution prior to May 17th.
Yeah, so
And
we've got a
and
meeting,
it
so
really,
we can
it
do that.
really is out of NACO, not so much CSAC. CSAC is supporting it, but it's.
and we have time. We have, I think, 2 meetings before that.
Right,
So,
yeah. Okay,
yeah.
I'd be much more comfortable getting a little bit more information, learning about it, and learning about kind of what their mission is, what other counties are participating, how much money is this. I know 3,000 isn't a lot necessarily, but collectively, how much is it going to be, and are they really going to be able to make a difference?
I totally understand. After sitting through it and hearing all of the debates from all the counties, there's a majority definitely that are in support of it, but there's definitely a side of what are we really getting out of this for our 1% contribution, and how is it going to help our county? So I completely support having a presentation from CSAC, especially if we could piggyback it with the at-home.
Yeah.
That would be fantastic. If we
Yes.
could do that at the next meeting and then have that resolution, that would be wonderful.
And then I will go ahead and forward the email that I received on April the 20th from from CSAC, and one of the attachments gives the percentage allocations from all the other counties. So you will see if we do contribute, you will see what our portion is in comparison to some of the bigger counties who receive something.
Okay, I think that would be really helpful
Okay.
to review.
I'll do that.
Okay, so at this time then, does someone want to make a motion to approve 1.85 million reallocation of land acquisition committed fund to the Sheriff's Communication Equipment Program?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So 5-0. And then is there any other, and then, okay, we also need to delegate authority to the CAO to take necessary action regarding the Sheriff's Communication Equipment Program. Somebody want to make a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So 5-0. So I think that, and then we will bring back the 1% and discussing, providing direction on the LATCF. Okay,
Sounds great.
perfect.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you, Gracie.
Okay, now moving on to item 2.5. We're going to discuss Chapter 23.01, Inclusionary Housing Regulations Requirements of the 15% floor, the qualifications and options for an in lieu payment, and the breakdown of percentage and income categories, and provide staff direction.
All right, hello, good morning, or early afternoon, I guess. Stephanie Reck, Assistant Planner, here to discuss the provisions of the inclusionary housing requirements at your request. So, on January 14th, 2023, staff presented amendments to the inclusionary housing ordinance and in lieu fee, which were subsequently adopted. During that meeting, staff were asked to review various provisions and return to discuss them, then receive additional direction. So as an overview, today we are going to discuss the 15% floor of the inclusionary requirement, the option for an in lieu payment, the in lieu fee stipulation for 5 to 10 units, the 3 qualifications for an in lieu payment, income targets for home ownership, and the percentage breakdown between income category in on-site and off-site development. So the 15% floor. If you look at the inclusionary housing comparison I provided for you within the packet, you will notice that no 2 inclusionary requirements are exactly the same. There are drastic differences in how each jurisdiction approaches and implements their ordinance. You will also notice one significant commonality in that none of our neighboring jurisdictions go higher than a 20% requirement, and all offer some variation of 15 and or 20%. I would like to point out that San Benito County offers a 15% requirement for on-site and a 20% requirement for off-site in both for sale and rental housing. The Housing Advisory Committee discussed leaving the floor at 15% for a few reasons. Creating a floor of 20% would create challenges in achieving affordable housing, as developers may want to look at income targets closer to market rate. Additionally, per AB 1505, the state can request to review an inclusionary program for unduly constraining housing if there were more than a 15% requirement for rental housing. And finally, the inclusionary housing feasibility study regarding the affordability gap, which supported in the calculation and implementation of our in lieu fee, was completed just shy of 1 year ago in May of 2022, is still valid, was seen and approved at the board level, took nearly 2 years to complete, and cost the county roughly $51,000. So based on this, the HAC does not recommend increasing the floor from 15%. So moving on to the in lieu fee option and qualifications. So AB 1505 states that inclusionary ordinances with rental housing must provide alternative means for local compliance. These alternative means include in lieu fees, land dedication, off-site construction, and acquisition and rehabilitation of existing units, which our ordinance provides for. It should also be noted that based on a 2021 study titled Inclusionary Housing in the United States by Grounded Network Solutions, 75% of housing programs in California use in lieu fees as an alternative compliance mechanism. This makes it the most commonly used compliance mechanism in California. So as payment of an in lieu fee is just an option, it is significant to describe the process as a request of the developer, which will then be reviewed by the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors for approval or denial through the Affordable Housing Plan. And so it was a suggestion of the Housing Advisory Committee to potentially include some language which stipulates that it would be the preference of the board to accept off-site development prior to the acceptance of an in lieu fee, should you wish to amend this. And so the in lieu fee option for 5 to 10 units. The Housing Advisory Committee recommends keeping this provision the way it is, as it allows for the collection of in lieu fees, which can be used to provide additional subsidies to other affordable housing projects. The provision of the ordinance was enacted as it thought that it made more sense to phase in the in lieu payment between 5 to 10 units rather than having a hard cliff at 11. So leaving this provision as is can support the county in increasing our inclusionary housing impact fund, which currently has no cash available balance due to a budget transfer approved by your board. However, for comparison, it should be noted that within the last year, there have only been 2 subdivisions which have been approved between 5 to 10 units and 4 subdivisions which were over 10 units. So regarding the qualifications for the in lieu payment, we looked at the 10-mile qualification limit as the Housing Authority of Santa Cruz uses this for their Section 8 vouchers. They interpret 10 miles to be a reasonable distance from amenities for a lower income individual. We also agree with this and believe that 10 miles outside of the city limit should be the maximum that we put affordable housing. Any further, a lower income person may have a hard time getting to services. So we also included the qualification of water and septic not regulated by a public purveyor due to some of the issues, for example, with the Cielo Vista wastewater treatment plant. So lastly, the qualification for large lot development remained in the ordinance because it would be infeasible for an affordable housing developer to build somewhere which requires large lot development. So if you are outside 10 miles of the city limit, do not have public water or sewer connections, or construction requires large lot development, then you have the option to apply for an alternative compliance mechanism. And so the HAC does not recommend amending this portion of the ordinance. So, very low income targets and for sale developments. So staff took a look back at why very low income was removed from the ordinance. Staff found a memo from August 2022 from our consultant who conducted the feasibility study for Nazza Wolf Associates, where they recommended for staff to establish different income targets for rental and for sale housing, since moderate income households would have an easier time finding affordable market rate rentals than lower income households. This was our consultant's impression. It was essentially an issue of whether very low income households could afford home ownership. So a comparison was made to our neighboring jurisdictions, the city of San Jose, the city of Watsonville, and the Santa Cruz County. And it illustrated that they do not include very low income in their home ownership requirements. It was determined that very low income targets were previously included in the on-site section of the ordinance, but were not included in the 2020 revisions under the assumption that making single-family for-sale homes for very low income persons would be impractical, as it would be harder to integrate those units and make them affordable long-term in a single-family development. So at the time, it was appropriate to only include moderate and low income in on-site for-sale developments. So the HAC does not recommend including very low income targets in on-site for-sale development at this time. And so the percentage breakdown between income targets. One point that is important to make is that the percentage breakdown between categories isn't applicable until a developer meets 41 lots or more for on-site or 24 lots or more for off-site. The way the tables are set up, on-site development between 11 and 40 units have a specific unit breakout per income category, as well as off-site developments between 11 and 23 units. It is significant to note that as the ordinance is written, all percentage breakdowns are split evenly among the income targets, except for off-site rental units, which we will take a look at. However, before we get into that, staff will review how the on-site tables were changed when very low income was removed. So, between 2016 and 2020, when very low income was included in on-site developments, the 15% was split evenly among, at 5% among the 3 income targets, as you can see on the gray table to the left of the screen. One of the things that is significant to note is that rental units were not included in the ordinance between 2016 and 2020. The percentage requirement and unit breakdown were for home ownership units only, but were differentiated between on-site and off-site. Now, while it is not captured here, when very low income was removed from on-site developments, the 5% it was allocated was added to moderate income at 10%, leaving 5% for low income. This did not seem to be in the spirit of the ordinance, so in advocating for an even split, The Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors adopted the revisions with the 15% requirement split evenly at 7.5% between moderate and low income, which is indicated on the orange table. And so, it is also significant to note that while the very low income target was never included in the on-site for sale table, it was included in the on-site rental table, as rental units were provided for in the 2020 ordinance amendment. So in this regard, the 15% requirement is split evenly at 5% per each income category. And so, again, you will notice that the off-site for sale units were split evenly at 10% moderate income and 10% low income, making up the 20% requirement. And so, as the ordinance stands, off-site rental units are the only table where the percentage requirement is not evenly dispersed. So you will notice the 20% is split at 5% to very low, 10% to low income, and 5% to moderate income. So the HAC reviewed this table, and we do have some recommendations to offer, should you wish to enact additional amendments. So option number 1, if we were to continue with the idea of even disbursement, the 20% requirement could be split up between the 3 categories at roughly 6.67%. It is important to note that 6.67 times 3 leaves us with a remainder of 0.01. So 2 categories could be listed at 6.67% and 1 could be listed at 6.66%. The idea behind the breakdown I have on the screen is that lower income units are desperately needed in the county. So the larger portion of the allotment would be provided to the very low and lower income units. And so option 2, would be to divide the total percentage allotment for very low and low income evenly between their 2 categories. In other words, the 15% total allocated to the lower income targets would be split at 7.5% very low and 7.5% low, with the 5% remaining provided to moderate income units again, moderate units, and then this would provide for the majority of the units to be allocated to lower income. One more slide here. Option 3. The final option discussed at the HAC would be to remove the moderate income target from off-site rental requirements and split the 20% requirement between very low and low income. The idea behind this is to incentivize on-site rental construction of moderate income units. And so, staff are seeking additional direction from the board regarding these items and whether you would like to request additional amendments to the ordinance as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and go to public comment first, please.
In chambers, if you'd like to provide a comment for item number 2.5, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Supervisor Gonzalez?
I don't know if there's any questions, but the options that were presented were well thought out. We talked amongst the HAC committee before it was disbanded. And again, my apologies to anyone in the audience on Zoom or in public or here in present if I disbanded that committee inappropriately. The conversations that we were having here a few weeks ago, that's just the way it went. And so I apologize if I did a disservice, but I do know that Seth Capron is here today, and I would like to hear from him as one of the public comments if you need to make a comment, Seth. But we were trying very hard to make sure that we were addressing the needs of affordable housing. And when we were looking at the very low, it kind of defeated the purpose that they wouldn't be able to afford the housing, the way it was allocated. So we try to accommodate the will of the board, remembering some of the comments that were made by previous supervisors and then current sitting supervisors. And so I personally don't have a preference in any of these options. I want to hear from you all. But Seth, I know that you feel passionately about something. So did you want to add anything to this? You're good? Okay. Again, it was conversations about how we're going to break this down, the 20%, 15%, and we did think about some comments that were made here from the dais from this board and previous boards, and we're just trying to appease the majority. And so I don't know if these solutions did. So I'll leave it to you all. As I said, I'm not set on any one of these options, these plans.
Thank you. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so we had our February approval of the affordable ordinance. I think it was unanimous support. There were some things that a few things in there as we're talking about that I thought we could still improve on. But the approval we had in February was an improvement over the prior ordinance, which I felt was extremely, I'll just say, watered down. And I actually thought it was a step back from the ordinance prior to that because of some of the language that was put in there. So there's the three things: 15% floor, the in lieu fees, and then the very low income being on the for sale side. So the 15%, we can compare to community X, Y, and Z. I just know that San Benito County has extraordinary deficit of affordable housing, more so than Santa Cruz and Watsonville. I know that, and San Jose. So I don't even think, and that's not a knock on you, I just don't think that those are relevant comparisons. San Benito County, we basically have built almost no affordable housing here in the last several decades. There was basically the Santana Ranch project, and that's about it. And our policies in the past have been very, let's just say, pro-developer, so that developers could make the utmost profit out of their projects, and that's the way it's been, and then we need to change that. So I just, look, we're talking 15, we could talk 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I just feel like we should be higher than the standard. We have a lot of work to do when it comes to affordable housing, and I don't feel like, and I did ask Abraham, I don't know if you can comment on, is there a, somewhere where I can look, somewhere where I can confirm that this 15% is the right floor that triggers the additional scrutiny from HCD? Because as I've said in the past, I've heard 20%. I've had a lot of discussions on this matter, and I've always heard that 20% was the figure where it actually triggered some level of additional, that HCD might want to review it. So could you just kind of elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, very good point. Thank you, Supervisor Kuzmicki. So we looked up the information in regards to HCD's requirement regarding any type of future study that's needed. And they call it an economic feasibility study that is needed to see if a jurisdiction is applying a higher number than required. And so Assembly Bill AB 1505 is where we found the information. Stephanie helped me look that up. And basically what it indicates is that the parameters for the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, review of inclusionary housing ordinances under limited circumstances by requesting the submittal of an economic feasibility study to ensure the ordinance does not unduly constrain the production of housing if, and then there's various categories, and I believe the one that you are referring to would be inclusionary ordinances require more than 15% of the total of units to be rented by households at 80% or less of area median income are subject to AB 1505. So that's where the information is gathered. But it does say households at 80% or less, and that was a discussion that Seth and I were having as well. But that's where it says the 15%, but at 80% or less. So if it is the will of the board to increase it, as long as the 80% or less, and it's no more than 15%, at 80% or less, that can be a subject of discussion.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah. And, I hear economic feasibility study. Look, if we have to do an economic feasibility study, let's do it. I don't understand why this is an impediment, additional scrutiny, additional study. It sounds like an excuse, not staff. It sounds like an excuse to me. Let's do the additional study. I have a feeling that study is going to come back and say San Benito County has a lot of needs with affordable housing. We need to do more than we're currently doing. And I know, when we talk about formulas of single family, it's only one part of the equation. I've had discussions with Seth and yourself and others about, we really got to get more serious about working with developers of higher volume nonprofit project or affordable housing projects to really we can't chip away. All we're doing with the 15 or 20% is essentially chipping away, and we're treading water or walking on a trail, whatever you want to say. We got to start being bolder, and that's why I just feel like within these policies, look, developers aren't going to walk away if we have 20% versus 15%. We had a project a couple months ago, the first big housing project in a while, where, you know, initially they were saying they were going to break even with no affordable housing, and then when we were ready to deny the project, he was all of a sudden ready to give us as much affordable as we wanted. So, look, they're not going to, 15 to 20 is not going to make a difference to the developers. They're still going to make money. If there are other jurisdictions in the area that have done 20%, if they had to go through a study, then they had to go through a study. But we know there are other jurisdictions that do 20. So I just don't understand why we would, accept, to me, what would be more of an average or mediocre sort of number when it comes to the 15. And then some of the other areas of concern, the in lieu provision. I understand, as Stephanie had stated, that there's a requirement to have in lieu fees. We still would have them with fractional units, and we still would have in lieu fees for the 5 to 10. What I don't understand with in lieu, so there's this concept of if there's a project that's built more than 10 miles from city services, that they would not have to pay in lieu fees. First off, we shouldn't be allowing projects that are more than 10 miles from city services. I don't even know why we should have a requirement that you got to build within a certain number of miles within city services to begin with. I'm not approving any projects that are 10 miles from the city services, and you can sue me if you want. I'm just not going to. It's inappropriate. And then, so the 10-mile part, what I don't understand with the in lieu fees is, why would we not at least require them to then build off-site, not give a preference or allow that door to be open, but require to build off-site? And that's where I just feel strongly that we can't continue to have these watered-down policies of, well, this and that, and a preference, or you may do this or that. We got to require these things. So that's something that I would hope that we could at least talk about beyond the 15. I'm hoping for 20. When it comes to in lieu, I would think that we would want to require to build off-site, as opposed to, if you're not having a requirement, you're essentially incentivizing developers to build poorly planned developments more than 10 miles from the city. I just don't get that. Why we're just going to essentially allow them to have higher profits, because now they don't have to, they can pay these in lieu fees, they're relatively cheap, they get out of building the affordable housing, so they're building these large lot developments 10 miles from city services, away from sewer services, away from water, and we're not gonna do any affordable housing. Great, that's, we're just going down that same path that we've been going down for all these decades here. And then the last item, the very low income, I'm not an expert on this part, I'm not gonna claim to be. If the economics say that very low income residents can't afford that number. I just would like to maybe see, again, if some other communities, I know you mentioned Santa Cruz, Watsonville, San Jose, I just don't think we're necessarily on the same page as those communities. So I'm just, maybe Abraham or somebody, if you can reassure me at some point that there aren't other communities in the area that are doing the requirement for very low income for sale projects, that would be very helpful for me. I just don't want to have it where I've said in the past, I don't want our inclusionary policy to be exclusionary. And that's what it feels like a little bit with this very low income. We don't want those very low income residents in our development. It's not gonna, the housing values are gonna be lower if we have the very low income. We don't want them in our nice developments. That's kind of the feeling that I get from it. So if we can communicate with me, if there's not a will on the board, I would really appreciate that. And then lastly, and most important, I just want to reemphasize, I really would like to see this county do a more systematic approach to engaging with higher volume nonprofit or private developers of apartments and things like that, so we can really get serious about moving forward on that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Supervisor Curl?
I don't know what a study would cost. I don't know, what the impact would be on us. I will say that I have a hard time with 20 without knowing the impact and the need. That I just feel it's kind of like a blind number there. When it comes to working in a nonprofit world, when it comes to building a multi-unit affordable housing, it's really the way we need to go. And they can be beautiful, beautiful developments, but we need to proactively go after those developers that are from the nonprofits and bring them down here. I have no problem doing some meet and greets, because I know quite a few. We're not going to solve our housing problem with a onesie, twosie development of 4 or 5 or 10 or 15 homes, or even 20. We really need to look at this as a much bigger issue. So I am supportive of doing a study to see where we need it, and then really work off of what that study states. But I don't know what the cost is, and I don't know what the will of the board is. But I'm open to the conversation, but I will admit, you guys have done a tremendous amount of work, and what you put in and how you presented this today was so concise and clear and very understandable on a very complicated topic of inclusionary housing. So I just wanted to thank you guys so much for that.
Stephanie, do you have the time frame for a study and the cost that was quoted to the HAC committee, please?
Yeah, so the last economic feasibility study we completed, like I said, was completed last year, May of 2022.
It was just completed.
It was just completed. It took 2 years to complete, and it cost $51,600.
So we just paid for one.
Correct.
What would be the purpose of another one to take 2 years to give us the same information?
And Madam Chair, if I may, would we be able to use that study with HCD, since it's still relatively new? And if they do require additional scrutiny, could we say, here's the study, can we do 20%? Is that?
We can check. We can
Okay,
definitely
thank
check.
you.
I know for sure that they did not request to review this study when it was enacted in 2022. So we had a 20% requirement for rental housing for off-site units, and they did not come to us and request to review our study. So that's all I know for that. So I can't say whether if we increase it, whether that may change their impression on whether they want to review our study.
And since the study is so new, is it that we just don't like the results of the study? I mean, is that the problem? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna call it the way I see it. We don't like the results of the study, but the study was done recently. And so doing another study, sorry, not realizing how soon that study had been done, I do feel that we have to be really careful approaching a 20%. It does limit the number of developers that will look at us for development. But at the same time, I'm not in favor of developing in the unincorporated area. I think everybody knows I'm really trying to get it where we're filling in the gaps, and we're annexing in those pockets of the county and utilizing that land of pockets for these potential developers that could do multi-affordable housing development, not just for purchase or market rate. One thing I did, you stated that it wasn't, very low was not included originally in the purchase of a home, but definitely included in the rental portion. I just want to make sure I understand that we still have a rental need. I feel we have more of a rental need than we have of a home buyership need. Because we got a lot of home buyers. They're all coming from other counties, and they love buying our land. But how do we have development that's here that is for rental for our residents that they can afford? And how does that fit into this ordinance? I'm not an expert, and I'm not on the HAC, so I don't want to say I understand it.
Option 1 and 2 would make sure that we have very low included for the off-site rentals.
That's rentals, not purchase.
Right.
Correct.
Okay, I wanted to make sure I had that right.
And then to answer the first, Madam Chair, if I may, to answer one part of your question, rental wasn't included at all in the original ordinance in prior to 2020, so 2016 to 2020. It was only homeownership units. So rental was added in after 2020, and then it was differentiated between on-site and off-site construction in both for sale and rental housing.
Okay, I really appreciate that clarification. Thank you so much.
Supervisor Zenger?
Yeah, thank you. Just clarify something you said recently here. You said they didn't ask to see the study when we suggested the 20% for offsite. Is that correct?
We did not get a request from HCD to review our study. That is correct.
But the thinking is we would get one if we said 20% for onsite?
We do not know.
We don't know.
Yeah. So the requirement is a higher than 15% for rental. So we already have that. We have a 20% offsite for rental units. Now, HCD did not request to review our feasibility study when we established that. If we want to change the on-site and increase it from 15%, they may request to review our feasibility study.
Okay. Okay. Got it. A couple things then. So just regarding the 10-mile thing, I tend to agree. I think, well, any development that's more than 10 miles from the city is going to cost the county money in the end. There's just no way to square that circle. I mean, it's just going to cost us in the end. I don't think, and it's never going to pass the vehicle miles traveled in CEQA unless they also build like a train or something. So those developments, I agree, just don't make any sense anyway. But, and then yes, I tend to also agree that if that's the case, why, if the problem is access to services, why would we allow the in lieu fee as an option as opposed to just requiring off-site where there's services available? Because the in lieu fees to us are so much less beneficial than having the off-site units, in my opinion. So that's where I would sit with that. And if regarding the 15 to 20%, I'd like to see 20% as well. And I don't know if it's possible if we could suggest that and then see if they want to look at the study. And then if they do, I mean, we don't necessarily have to run a new study, right? We might get by with what we have, right? And they might okay it. And
so this current study we have is for 15% requirement on site. So we most likely would have to do a new study to see what that's going to look like at 20% on site for both for sale and rental housing.
Got it. Okay.
Seth is trying to speak. Can we get him? He was part of the hack and very vocal and helped us come to these numbers.
Thank you. Yeah, I just, in terms of the requirement for HCD to do a study, I think from reading what's in the packet where it talks about what the law says, is for sale housing, there is no requirement for an HCD study. So it doesn't apply to subdivision, it only applies to rental. And even in rental, it only applies to the number of units that are 80% and below. And we're below that now. We have 20%, but some of it is moderate, so those units wouldn't count. So I think we're not at much danger of triggering an HCD study with any of the things that we're talking about today, if that's a concern in terms of raising the amounts. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, I really want to thank staff for all of your time that you guys have put on this, as well as the HAC committee. I know that you guys worked for years, for a really, really long time, and I know that it was a group put together that really tried to represent all of the interests around housing and making sure that you have developers, you have representatives of low income, a representative of finance to really come up with an approach that would hopefully really work. And so I really appreciate that approach, and I really appreciate all of their time, and I appreciate the recommendations from that committee. And I think that they're more experts on this than I am, and so I really, really appreciate and value their input. So, and I totally agree that we need to be more proactive in attracting some of these developers for kind of this higher volume developments in the future. I don't believe this is where we're going to solve our housing problems that we have here locally is through these developments. I'm in favor of leaving it the 15% floor for on-site and 20% off-site. And as far as the option goes, does the HAC committee, did they have, I know you provided the 3 options, but was there an option that committee had that they felt was the best option? Or is it really just, they're all equal and we just need to kind of pick one?
I think the first 2 options are fairly equal in their idea of providing more of the percentages to very low and low income. I think the outlier is option 3, and that's where we got a little crazy, taking out moderate income units on offsite to incentivize the construction of moderate income units on site. So if that was a priority for you, option 3 might be a good option. If not, I would say option 1 or 2 would be a safe bet. And please, I have 2 committee members here. Let me know if my interpretation is accurate.
Yes, but as I said, I'm not holding on to one option over the other. I want to make sure whatever we do, it's something that we could all agree on.
Okay. Supervisor Zenger, did you have any input on?
No, I mean, with the options, in the end, I don't think it's making a huge difference either way with whatever option we go with. I know we talked about it a lot in HAC, and there was rationale for each one that made sort of sense. I mean, I don't know. It's not the hill I would die on.
Okay. I guess one of the questions for me is, as we talk about, well, it's a totally different topic, so never mind, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Just out of curiosity, because there seems to be a lot of talk about this 10 miles outside of, city limits from services. When was the last time that we had a development that applied to be outside of the 10-mile radius? Do we have any idea? I mean, is it something that comes before us kind of often or not very often?
It's been a while since we've had a project in the outskirts like that, far away. But the majority of the land that's outside, like 10 miles away from the county, from the city limits, is mainly rangeland. And when we have our joint Board of Supervisors Planning Commission meeting, we'll discuss a little bit more on the land uses. But it's mainly rangeland, which is 40 acres, 1 unit per 40 acres. And so, it would require a vast amount of land in order to have, for example, 10 units would require at least 400 acres. So that's mainly, the type
Okay.
of designation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I Stonegate, is that?
That's not 10
Well,
miles.
the last one maybe in the 90s? I don't
But I
think
would
that's
say that the
10
DMV project that was highly considered 15 years ago was, I believe, more than 10 miles on the Santa Clara County border. So they do come up. It's not, it's not as if, and that, that area is still there. So.
I think they do come up, but I don't know why we wouldn't. I would rather we address all of those things as they come, right? Because they're still going to come before the Planning Commission. They're still going to come before us. And at that time, just because we set this policy doesn't mean that, this is just a guideline. The projects still have to come before the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. So I feel like this is just a start, and this is just kind of that guideline. But ultimately, they'll come before us to approve the projects.
I have a question,
Mhm.
or maybe is there a reason why we would want to offer the in lieu fee in the 10-mile case? I understand it's rare and we're going to deal with it at the time, but why would we do that as opposed to the offsite?
So one of the options we provided is that if you would like to require offsite as opposed to the in lieu fee, that's an amendment you can direct us to make. However, like I said, we're using the 10-mile limit because that's the same limit the Housing Authority Santa Cruz uses for their Section 8 vouchers. So they're not going to provide any vouchers to anyone 10 miles outside of the limit because it is their impression that getting to services or getting to amenities might be difficult for them. So we're agreeing with that impression, and we're saying we do not want to build affordable housing outside of that 10-mile limit because also Section 8 isn't going to provide vouchers for them. So that is why, that was the purpose of establishing that limit, was because we concur with our housing authority that we don't want to put any lower income homes outside of that radius to our city jurisdictions. And so that's the same for both Hollister and San Juan Bautista. So it's 10 miles outside of San Juan, 10 miles outside of Hollister.
Thanks.
But Madam Chair, if I may, but that's aside from whether we're going to require off-site development. That's just saying, we're okay with at least considering projects, and we're not going to have affordable housing 10 miles or more out, but why not at least require the off-site? So we're still getting affordable housing units out of those developments as opposed to incentivizing sprawl.
And so you can do that if you would like to direct us to make that amendment.
Yeah, I would totally support that.
That'd be great.
So do we need to make a motion to have that direction? And there's one thing we decided on.
One at a time, maybe.
Yeah, if we could do one at a time,
One
because I
at
have
a
a
time.
second.
Well,
one
but
as
do we need to, with that, do we need to, I mean, that's just providing direction. Do we need to make a motion for that direction is my
I would
question.
ask for that. I would ask for that.
Okay, so
I'd like
will
to
you
make a
make
motion.
that motion, please?
It just formalizes it.
Somebody?
I'll make the motion.
Go ahead, Colin.
I'll move that we amend the affordable housing ordinance, bring back the affordable housing ordinance to amend it to require that the stipulation where developments are 10 or more miles outside of city services, that they are required to build off-site affordable housing units.
Second it.
So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? So 5-0. Okay, now what do you want to do about this 15% floor?
I'll make a motion, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion that we increase the floor from 15 to 20%.
I'll second.
Just as a point of clarification, that's for on-site and off-site. It would go to 20%.
Off-site's already at 20%.
Yep. Okay, so it wouldn't adjust that even higher. It would just be 20%. Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. So 2-3. Okay, does somebody want to make a motion? Another motion on for the 15%?
I move that we approve the 15% floor rate as recommended per staff.
It's already approved.
Yeah, I don't think we have
I
to
don't think you have
approve.
to
So what
make
do we
a
need to do that?
motion. It's already in
Okay.
the ordinance.
I think it's the options that were on.
Yeah, we've
Oh,
got to
but
do
I'm
option.
gonna withdraw my motion because
Okay.
I'm gonna let you all decide
Um,
which option is
Madam
best.
Chair, I would like to have a conversation, if we could, about option 2 and the difference between option 2 and option 1. If I'm understanding, because I am far from an expert on this at all, I'm learning kind of as I go. The split across, when you're talking about percentages, can you explain a little bit about the AMI and the percentages?
Sure. So if you look at option 1, the gray table, I can get it back up on the screen. See, Matt,
I got
if
it on
you-
mine, I'm doing.
Okay, perfect.
But the audience might want to see it.
Yes. So I'm going to pull it up. Okay. So if you look at very low income highlighted on the screen, it's below 50% of the area median income. 6.67% of units at 24 lots or more are going to be provided for that very low income category. Okay, low income again, 51% to 80% of the AMI. That's that 80% that Seth was talking about. Okay, gets another 6.67 units. Those two very low income categories are the combination of 15%. So just kidding, that's for option 2. I strike that. And then so the remainder, the 6.66%, is just going to moderate income. So this is the most equitable breakdown. Option 1 is the most equitable breakdown between the 3 options. Because
Well,
as you can see-
equitable is not the
yeah,
same as
I'm
even,
Even,
okay?
it's the
So,
most even option,
okay.
thank you.
In terms of percentage
Yeah, it's a
division, yes.
Sorry, Madam Chair, but I agree, and that was my point that I was trying to make, so that it was very clear that evenly dispersing that does not actually help the low and very low, and I'm really leaning towards option 2.
And
Is
and
where
that was
I'm
the
at right now.
that was the discussion of the 20%. 5% would only be allocated to the moderate, whereas the remainder of the 15 would be split evenly between very low and low.
And that's where I'm at, Madam Chair. And I can make a motion if someone would like me to.
Go ahead and
I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff to amend the inclusionary housing ordinance to include option number 2 from today's presentation.
I'll second that.
So all in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? 5-0.
Thank you. It's been a lot of work. I appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you.
Ariel, Abraham, and Stephanie.
Thank you very much.
And Seth, thank you. And Victor and John.
Closed session. Yeah.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to open up the closed session. Do we have any public comment for a closed session?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, we have Belen Martinez.
Hola, muy buenas tardes, supervisores. Como siempre, ya saben, mi nombre es Belén Martínez y ya saben que soy proveedora de In-Home Care Services. Y hoy lo que quiero decir es que aquí en el condado de San Benito es hora de que el condado dé prioridad a los trabajadores de In-Home Care Services.
Hello, good morning, Board of Supervisors. You all know me by now. My name is Belen Martinez. I'm an IHSS provider, and here in San Benito County. I'm here because it's time that the county prioritizes workers from IHSS.
El trabajo que hacemos aquí es esencial y nos aseguramos de que las personas puedan seguir viviendo felices y saludables en sus propias casas.
The work that we do here is essential, and we make sure that people are able to continue to live happy and healthy in their own homes.
Para que nuestros clientes estén saludables, nosotros también debemos estar saludables.
In order for our clients to be healthy, we also have to be healthy.
Por eso seguimos aquí como proveedores de cuidado en casa.
That's why we continue to come here as home care providers.
También merecemos poder cuidarnos como cuidamos a los demás.
We also deserve to be cared for the way that we care for others.
No estamos aquí pidiendo que el condado dé seguro médico a todos los trabajadores en el contrato.
We are not here asking for the county to give health care to every worker in the county.
Pero sí queremos crear un camino para el seguro médico para que haya acceso para los que lo necesiten.
But we are asking to create a pathway to health care so that there is access for those who really need it.
También me gustaría aprovechar este momento para extender una invitación a los supervisores Tom Sanger, Colin Kosmicki y Angela Curro.
I would also like to take this moment to extend an invitation to Supervisors Dom Zanger, Colin Kosmicki, and Angela Curro.
Yo he estado cuidando a mi hija por 37 años y me gustaría darles la bienvenida a ustedes tres para que vengan a mi casa, para que puedan tener la oportunidad de ver el trabajo que hacemos como proveedores, porque no es un trabajo fácil. Estamos cambiando la vida de las personas que cuidamos.
I have been caring for my daughter for 37 years, and I would like to welcome the three of you to come to my house so that you can see and have an opportunity to see the work that we do as caregivers, because it is not an easy job, and we are changing the lives of the people that we take care of.
Nuestra organizadora política se comunicará con ustedes después de esta reunión y espero que acepten mi invitación. Muchas gracias.
Our political organizer will reach out to you all after this meeting, and I hope that you accept my invitation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maribel Jaime.
Buenas tardes a todos supervisores. Soy Maribel Jaime. Tengo 10 años en el programa IHSS.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Or afternoon, sorry. My name is Maribel Jaime. I've been here in the IHSS program for 10 years.
Afortunadamente trabajo no muchas horas cuidando a mi hijo. Él no depende de mí el 100% como muchos de mis compañeros con sus hijos. He tenido la oportunidad para trabajar con otras personas.
Fortunately, my son doesn't require me to be there all the time. I have had the opportunity to take care of other people as well.
Estaba yo cuidando de otra persona cuando no estaba cuidando de mí. Y tuve una emergencia. Tuve que parar al hospital y yo pagaba mi propia aseguranza por tener un ingreso alto.
I was taking care of someone else when I had to go to the hospital. And I was paying my own insurance because of the money that I was earning at that time.
Pero mi ingreso alto eran $1,000 cuando yo pagaba aseguranza de $300.
But my high wages were $1,000 a month, and I was paying over $300 for health insurance.
Yo pagaba mi copay y mi deducible para mi cirugía.
I had to pay the copay and deductible for the surgery that I was supposed to have.
$3,000.
It was $3,000.
Me dijeron que tenía que pagar mi deducible de $3,000 o dejara de trabajar para que me dieran medical.
They told me that I had to pay the $3,000 for the surgery, or I would have to stop working for my client so that I could qualify for Medi-Cal.
Tuve que dejar de trabajar un mes para que salieran mis ingresos bajos.
I had to stop working for 1 month to show that I was no longer earning as much as I was before.
Fue como yo pude tener mi cirugía y yo no quisiera que a otros de mis compañeros les pase lo mismo. Yo corrí con la suerte de que mi vesícula no se reventara y yo no quisiera que a ellos les pasara lo mismo. Por eso estamos en esta lucha para que nos den el seguro médico. Por favor, gracias.
That's why, I'm sorry, decía que por eso estamos aquí el día de hoy. That's why we're here, that's why I'm here today, because I don't want anybody else, any of my coworkers, to have to go through what I went through. I was lucky that I was able to have my surgery and I came out fine from that, but that's, people shouldn't have to go through that. And that's why we're here today, to ask for your support in having health care for home care workers. Thank you.
Sarah Spalding.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Sarah Spalding. I'm a IHSS care provider and a very proud union member. I reside in Aptos, California. My contract for health care is through the Board of Supervisors that supports IHSS home care in Santa Cruz County for the caregivers that work sufficient hours to be able to apply for the health trust. I'm here in solidarity with many of my coworkers here in support of the San Benito IHSS care workers like Berlin. And I also take care of someone in my home, a family member. It's very, very hard work, and you're all invited to come to my home too to see how difficult it is. We care for the most vulnerable people in our communities. We deserve health care. Health care is not a privilege. It is a necessity. President Biden has deemed home care workers essential workers. He's announced April Home Care Workers Month. It is in your power to see that these people that work in your community, that put you on this board, that you also support them in their needs. And I want to thank Board Member Supervisor Gonzalez for acknowledging our efforts to have our voice heard. And we are asking for you to create a pathway for health care for your IHSS home care workers in San Benito County that is essential. It's essential to your community's health also. Thank you.
Yolanda Perez.
Buenas tardes, supervisores. Mi nombre es Yolanda Pérez. Trabajo con IHSS como proveedora de cuidados por 2 años.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Yolanda Perez. I work with IHSS as an IHSS provider for 2 years.
Estoy aquí para apoyar a este condado, San Benito, y a todos los proveedores de IHSS para un camino a 20 la hora y la aprobación para tener un beneficio de salud para nosotros los proveedores.
And I'm here to support in this county, San Benito, and the IHSS providers from the county to create a pathway to $20 an hour and approving to have healthcare benefits.
Somos una comunidad CEU 2015 y estamos apoyando a nuestra unión para nuestros cuidados y un mejor salario.
We are a community here with SAU 2015, and we are supporting that. And we're supporting our union for our providers, and better wages.
Pues es un trabajo que es necesario, la comunidad nos necesita porque necesita nuestros cuidados.
This job is necessary to our community. Is necessary because our clients need us.
Los adultos mayores, enfermos y discapacitados también merecen la oportunidad de tener un cuidado de calidad y los proveedores somos los que también necesitamos pues la atención para darles el cuidado a ellos.
The elderly and those with disabilities also deserve the opportunity to have good quality care in the same way that we as home care providers also deserve to have that quality care as well.
Y pues todos merecemos un cuidado de calidad y para eso estamos aquí. Muchas gracias.
We all deserve quality care, and that's why we're here today. Thank you.
Ernesto Reyes.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. I want to start off by first saying thank you to the board members who have met with us, with the members and constituents, and I also look forward to meeting with the rest of the board, hopefully soon after. My name is Ernesto Reyes. I'm one of the lead organizers with SEIU Local 2015. We appreciate the board looking at our health insurance proposal during closed session. Our healthcare workers provide valuable and essential care to our community and have been with How Healthcare for years. We believe healthcare is a human right and hope that the board chooses to prioritize healthcare for home care workers in San Benito County. We believe we have a proposal that is not only doable, but also affordable for San Benito County. And more than anything, home care workers are one of the lowest paid workers in the healthcare industry. They currently do not have benefits that this board actually has, like a pension, paid holidays, paid sick days, like everybody else, but especially health insurance. During the pandemic, they didn't have the luxury to stay at home. They had to provide care to the community that needed them as essential workers, doing this while not having health care. Agreeing to a pathway to health care for home care workers means not just addressing a healthcare crisis here in San Benito County, but also doing right to IHSS providers in San Benito County. Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No further comments.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody for the comments. We'll go ahead and go into closed session.
Yes. Is it basically for the second reading for adoption and or
not finish closed session, so we will resume that after this public hearing. And so I'm going to head and open up the public hearing. It is 1:40.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good evening, or not evening, afternoon, actually. Sorry. So at a previous Board of Supervisors meeting, the staff brought before you the California Building Code update. It is updated usually every 3 years by the state, and then is required by the local jurisdictions to be implemented into its local ordinances. And so gracefully, your board adopted did the first reading and adoption of the California Building Code. In collaboration with that, staff also, building staff worked with the fire department to implement also additional fire codes, including weed abatement. And so that was also part of that ordinance that was adopted by the board. Since the since the first reading and the adoption by the board of the California Building Code and the weed abatement, there has been some concerns and that have been brought to staff's attention and to county council's attention and to your attention as well. And so the request for today is to reintroduce the California Building Code, but separating the weed abatement ordinance aspect of it. That way we can work together with the fire chief and members of the community to see how we can button that ordinance up as best as possible for the community, and can also meet the intentions of the fire department, and then bring that back at a separate meeting. So with that, the request would be to ask the board to reintroduce the California Building Code and adopt it, and separating the weed abatement portion of it, but without first opening up the public hearing for the members of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. So at this time, let's go ahead and open up the public comment, but for only the building codes, not for the weed abatement portion. We will discuss that one after.
Very well.
So is there any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. You can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, Chris Powell.
My comments on the weed abatement portion.
All right. Valerie Eglund. Okay. No comments.
Thank you. Okay, so bringing it back to the board. Any comments or questions on the building codes?
So just for clarification, with us putting aside the weed abatement portion, are we looking to treat the rest as a first read and moving on? Is that?
Yes, we'll be, I'll read the title of the ordinance for the record, and then we'll just accept introduction, waive reading, and continue it to the next meeting for adoption.
With the exception of the weed abatement section?
Yeah, the weed abatement's been separated out, so we can proceed with just the building code by itself.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Let me read, if it's okay with the chair, could I read the title now for the building code? Okay. An ordinance amending Title 21 of the San Benito County Code and adopting by reference the California Code of Regulations, Title 24, 2022 edition of the California Building Code Standards Code, 2021 International Codes, International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials Codes.
Okay, so so we're going to, well, what is the will of the board? Do we want to proceed? Obviously, we're proceeding the ordinances separately, and then we're accepting the introduction, we're waiving the formal reading, and then we're continuing this one to May 9th, 2023 at 1:30 for adoption. So we need a motion for that. Somebody want to make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
So 4-1. So now if we can address the weed abatement portion of this, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for inviting me and having me out here today. I am Charlie. I am the fire marshal for San Benito County. I have a little presentation that might kind of ease everyone's concern, so I just asked, and I know we should have had it a couple weeks, but with all the, how do I say, the public input that I got, I thought it was important that I need to pull something together to just, to at least let you know where I was coming from, but where we can move forward from here on out. So I'll pull that up really quick. So can the public see this? Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so San Benito County weed abatement. So San Benito County weed abatement, why are we here? Our central duty and number one priority is to deliver the best possible customer service. You know, we're here to protect life, property, and the environment. We're here to protect you from the threat, your livelihood, your businesses, and your home. We have a weed abatement policy with that through weed abatement, and we're talking strictly on weed abatement. We do have a weed abatement policy in the city hall, sir, that's adopted, that's robust. And it's in a certain amount of time. San Juan Bautista, the same thing. Actually, the county does have a weed abatement policy the same manner too. And I'll explain the pros and the cons of that after evaluating. So the reason I brought this up is because I wanted to kind of strengthen it up a little bit from where it was at. And we'll go from there. Let's go from there. So let's just talk about the Public Resource Code because there's a state responsibility area. So a lot of people were saying, you have no jurisdiction in the state responsibility area, but let's just say what our main concern is, because people are talking about fire hazards. They want people, let's say there's a house and they're on 10,000 acres. Well, the Public Resource Code, which the state statutes are already adopted, states that they only have to have 100 feet of defensible space around their residence. They don't have to do anything else. So, and that's what the Public Resource A states, that you have to have 100 feet of defensible space. A greater distance could be required, okay, depending like on topography. Let's say like San Juan Canyon, they could go through and say, okay, you need more because you're uphill, mid-slope, so we're gonna require you, and they could say, or we could say, we're gonna require you to have 300, 400 feet, just of the angle it is. So that's already adopted, that's already a go. And just so everyone knows, an insurance company can be stricter requirements. That's out of our control no matter what. Because if they're paying your insurance, they're coming out, they're either dropping you or just canceling you or making strict requirements. And they have that right. State law that gives them that right to do that. So that's just more informational. So in Public Resource Code 4291, there's 4291.3. So I'm going to read it straight from there. This is right out of the code. Subject to any other applicable laws, a state or local fire official, at their discretion, which is me, may authorize an owner of property or the owner's agent to construct a fire break or implement appropriate vegetation management techniques to ensure that a defensible space is adequate for the protection of a hospital, adult residential care facility, school, above-ground storage tanks, hazardous materials facility, or any similar facility on the property. The fire break may be for a radius of up to 300 feet from the facility or to the property line, whichever distance is shorter. That's in the state responsibility area. That's fine and dandy, but I don't have any of that. Well, if you go into B, it says the director may authorize an owner of a property not listed above to construct the fire break. And then it's, if it is determined by the director as necessary to protect life, property, and natural resources from unreasonable risk associated with wildland fires. So that's what gives me the authority to go ahead and implement that, or CAL FIRE. So it's not just those items that they said. We could do more depending on the fire hazard if we deem it necessary. So let's talk about why I got to where I'm at. And we'll just talk about it. Rancho Vista. So does everyone recognize this is the Rancho Vista hazard property? So Rancho Vista and San Juan Bautista, where the new homes are at, if you look right to the north of it, there's that open lot, where it's not an open lot, it's a field with a home. Well, if you see on the fence line, let me see if I can get it there. So a lot of times these weeds right here are growing, and you can see it all the way up to the fence line. So there was really nothing that says, because in the county, that I can enforce that, because the weed abatement for the county is only a certain amount of area that we can enforce. So my idea was to get it out there, so get this new weed abatement policy in there, so I can go out there and I say, hey, I know you have 200 acres. I don't need 200 acres, but what I'm asking you because it is a nuisance and I do want to protect you, is can I get 2 plow lines right here? And the reason is so we give fire a chance to get out there. In addition, I'd also ask for the roadside because that's where, even though they have the creek there, but that's where most of the fires are happening.
Hey, Charlie.
Yes.
I think you're pointing to the screen on your computer telling
Oh,
us certain
got it.
areas, and I'm all, I don't know where you're.
It's not going on there. Oh, okay. Let me get it back. It doesn't show on, it doesn't show on there. It's okay, I don't need it.
If you go control on this and then go like that.
There we go.
But that's high tech.
Thank you, that's much better.
That's high tech. So if you the fence line is what I was concerned about. That's what I'm concerned about right there.
Yes.
They planted some trees there. I just want them to get that. Because, you know, even though it's not that big, we don't really need them to get the full acreage on it because that's not city area and that might even be that might be the local response area, but there's some areas that are in the state responsibility areas. So that's what we were looking at. I'm like, we're not gonna come and make you do the whole thing. So I'll keep going. So let's check out this one. I'm sure everyone's heard about this one, the Santana Ranch hazard property right there. So if you look at Santana Ranch, there's a frontage road right in the back of Santana Ranch, south of the property. Sunny Slope Water has a roadway right there, but nobody will claim it back of the fences. So if you look behind the fences, that grows out of control. So the only thing I'm asking, but if you look to the right of it, what's that? That's a beautiful hay field. So people are panicking. They're like, you're gonna make me mow my hay field? No. And you're gonna make me, we have hay fields in the city and we deal with them right now. So what they do is we send them their notice, we go, yep, we understand. You have hay, we understand you don't harvest them until June or so. So we understand that we wanna work with you. But the only thing we ask usually is when you're completed and you harvest, we just wanna break roadside and along the fence line is all we're asking for on that. Because that's huge, but we know we have to deal with them. So the only thing I usually ask in between before it happens is, can we get it taken care of before the season? But if you look at that fence line, and we'll talk about the problem on the fence line too. So people are usually complaining about the landowner not caring about their weeds, but then I'll show you another example of something where I was getting at. Ridgemark, okay, we're jumped right into it. Ridgemark, so if you look, we're at the intersection of Duffin and Sunny, so I'm sure you've heard of Sunny's Way, the orchard, the old Lumpa property, where they had the orchard that was dead. I had no means of implementing it, but I do. When I researched it a little more, I was trying to supplement what we had. So if you look to the right picture, you see the fence line right there? So I came out to mitigate the problem, and I told them, you guys need to fix this, the property owners. I go, and this is what you need to do. So I just don't tell them to do it. I go out and I'll walk it with them. I'll say, what can we do? What's the best way of action to get the best way? So I go, okay, well, let's get some plow lines through there. Let's go through there. Here's where the issue was. So we're hammering down on the property owner, but as I walk that fence line, these residents are dumping concrete, trees, tons of other stuff over the fence. So you can't get a piece of equipment in there. So I'm like, you guys are yelling at him when you guys are dumping? Okay, we're gonna come after you guys now for illegal dumping because you guys are dumping on private property and they can't even get in there. You're yelling at them to get it, but they can't even get a tractor through there. So we're gonna have to take care of this now. So I let the homeowners, the HOA know about that. So they need to stop doing that. That's a big problem, and that's common throughout the area. So the farmers or the people that tend to the property, they wanna take care of it. They wanna do their due diligence, but there's a lot of illegal dumping going on too. So I'm not only looking for the homeowners, I'm really looking out for the property owners too. Best way to mitigate it. And I understand, we don't want you to go out there and do the whole thing, honestly, because it's tens of thousands of dollars to get these big fields done. And I'm not there to make you, I'm not unreasonable. We'll do our due diligence. Like I said, CAL FIRE put it perfectly. We're not in a fire season anymore, we're in fire era now. So it's our job to do our due diligence to make sure we're as safe as possible because actually communities are getting wiped out. I'm not being dramatic, I'm just trying to be proactive about it. We are trying to be proactive about it. John Smith and Fairview Road, hazard property. So that's right at the corner of John Smith Road and Fairview Road. We get fires here all the time. So why is that a problem? Well, fire starts there. It's not necessarily the property owners. You could have a bird strike from above on the wires where they get electrocuted and they start the fire down. But a lot of times it's people, cigarettes, catalytic converters, or chains that are sparking that fire. So if you look right at it, where's that fire running? It's ripping right towards not Comstock Estates, Heatherwood. Heatherwood. The fire rips right through there, and there's cattle on there. Remember, our priority is protection of life, property, and the environment. We don't care if it's cattle. That's your life. That's the cattle's life. We're out there to protect that. So we're going to take care of that. Take care of the cattle first because we understand that's your livelihood. And we want to save the lives of the cattle too. So we're just asking for, all I was asking for was roadside and corners and a couple breaks to give us a chance to get in there and help protect your cattle and your livelihood too. And it'd give us a chance to protect that. So that's just another example. Here's another one. Aromas. Oh, Aromas is San Benito County too. So we have some property in there, even though it's not mine, but I do work with CAL FIRE and we work collaborative together. So they'll say, hey, what can we do? And he gave me an example. This was somewhere off of Rogie Lane. So if you look on the lower left, well, actually you see that whole lot in the middle? That's like overloaded lumber, eucalyptus / just overloaded. And they're really, really concerned with it. And they want some help enforcing it because the public resource code only fines like $100. It's really, really cheap. And there's really there's really no bite to the public resource code. It's really minimal. But we could make them go in there and do a perimeter around there, clean it up a little, get some cross breaks, and even get that lower property where all the trees are at, even do that. Because if you look a little lower, then that's where you're getting into the little more densely populated aromas in there. So we want to protect them because that wind's going to blow right them too. Now we're going to get into it. So here's the weed abatement policy, and here's what we found. And I'm glad that everybody spoke up about it because I got to do a deep dive into it and to really find out. Because I did mine because I wanted to supplement it. But the county does have a nice, robust weed abatement policy. And I will just say it. It is the intent of this chapter to require the owners and occupants of real property in the unincorporated areas of the county that is located entirely within the territorial boundaries of the city of Hollister, county islands, or partially within the territorial boundaries of the city of Hollister, county pockets, or along certain urbanized edges of the city of Hollister. Here's where the issue is. And this is just something that we could fix in the future. Because if you see the map, it was an old map that was developed way back then, and we've already outgrown that map. So we have these boundary lines. So that's why I'm like, I can't do anything. I can't enforce anything because it says enforce it according to, and I'll go to the next one. And it just tells you all that stuff right there. But it says I have to enforce it according to 1.03, which goes through the whole process, criminal, civil, trouble, everything that we do. Basically, we can send the notice and we can hold them responsible. And if we need to, we could go clean it up and then we could recover costs and up to liening the property if they don't comply. Because we want compliance. That's our number one job, education and compliance. So I'm looking at that and I'm like, well, I can't do anything else. And I have state responsibility area just right across the street from city limits. CAL FIRE updates their maps every 5 years. Santana Ranch is still state responsibility area, SRA, even though it's in the county and it should be LRA, local response area. So until they get that done, it really holds me to really nothing. So I went and evaluated it. But if you look a little farther, there's chapter 106 in the county code, which I thought was really nice. So it's alternative public nuisance abatement procedures and remedies. The conditions creating a public nuisance. Without limiting any other provision of this code, any and all the following are hereby declared unlawful and a public nuisance and a violation of this code. I was like, okay. I looked a little farther, and here it says who can say any condition that constitutes a visual blight to a reasonable person of average sensibilities. So that means any customer, any resident can say, we have a hazard there, that's a public nuisance, can you do something about it? Where if it comes to me, we have a little more, let's say, we have a little more experience, so we understand what exactly is a hazard or what's not a hazard. And I'm still gonna do that regardless of what. So it's giving us the opportunity. And then you go down a little farther and it says the existence of overgrown, dead, decayed, diseased, or hazardous trees and or vegetation, including but not limited to dead agricultural groves, which are likely to attract rodents, vermin, and other nuisances, constitutes a fire hazard or is dangerous to the public safety and welfare. Well, I've had tons of those, and I was told I couldn't touch them. Well, the county code right there allows me to go ahead and enforce that already. And this is the county code, so it doesn't matter if it's state responsibility or local responsibility area. It's already there. All we have to do is send out our notice, they don't comply, then we send it to code enforcement and say, here you go, tell us what you need to do that. And this just says, you know, notwithstanding other provisions that constitute or an immediate threat to public health, safety, or welfare procedures set forth in this chapter will not result in the abatement of that nuisance within a shortened enough time period to avoid the threat. The enforcing officer may direct any officer or employee of the county to summarily abate the nuisance. So that's what gives us the authority to go on and say, this is a threat to public safety. We need to mitigate it, and we're not getting compliance from you, so now we're sending someone in there. So that's already in the adopted code. And then we can go through the whole process to recover the costs, fines, and pay for that. And here's where it says right here, 1.6, this is right out of the county code. Duty of owners and occupants, no unlawful activity permitted. No person or entity owning, leasing, occupying, or having charge or possession of any premises within the unincorporated area of the county of San Benito shall cause, permit, maintain, conduct, or otherwise suffer or allow a public nuisance to exist. So it tells you right there, you guys, property owners are supposed to maintain their property to prevent that from happening. So I was like, okay, that makes it even nicer. Thank you for this opportunity, I appreciate it. So I guess what I really need to say is, when we come back to it, we don't need to put mine through because the county has a robust area. The only thing that I do ask is in the future, because we can enforce it right now. As a matter of fact, we're already sending letters out to the county properties that are outside the city limits now to abate their weeds now anyways. We do it every year. We usually get compliance. And there was some concerns like, you come after me, but you don't come after them. Well, we do. We come out, I'm not saying come after, but everybody, like Tres Pinos was a good example. Some people comply and some people don't. And I thought I had no mechanism of enforcement. I actually do. And we're going to pursue that to make sure we do get that because we don't want Tres Pinos burning up. And there's a lot of areas that can do it. So some people are complying, and I don't want them to think that I'm just aiming for them because we're actually going through and patrolling and checking out all the properties. But what I get down to it is, when we come back to this, okay, so the only thing I ask is, we don't need to have mine in there. We can pull it. We don't even need to bring it. But in the future, what we need to do is drop the map line around the Hollister area, and we could leave that and then put local response area. So if we do the local response area, it's basically outside the city limits of like San Juan Bautista, outside the city limits of the city of Hollister, and like it goes to Tres Pinos, I think just before Bellato Park. That's really my main concern of what we're looking at. There's far and few in between because there might be properties that have junk all over the place that are gonna burn up a neighborhood down south that we do need to address, and we have addressed some. So by putting local response area, that just gives us a little more, we don't have to restrict ourselves to where we get to the point where we are right now, where we have to only do it right here, or we have to utilize, you know, the 106. Well, it leaves it flexible, and it's only within the limits, because basically once you start getting in the hills, then that's a state responsibility area. We still can enforce it, and we could do it under 106 and the Public Resource Code, but it makes it so easier so we don't have to continue bringing it back every time. We'll have to make adjustments, but I think the county has a really robust weed abatement policy as it is, where we just need to add in the local response area. Because like I said, right now we have Santana Ranch. That's a state responsibility area, but as soon as CAL FIRE updates their maps, it'll be given to us. So we're just waiting for that. So now, do we have any questions?
I'm going to open it up to public comment first. So do we have any public comment on this item?
In chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. You can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Valerie Eglund.
Gotta get out of the way.
Oh, thank you, Chief. Yeah, there's been obviously a lot of confusion about what the code was going to be And so I was out on my tractor mowing my fence lines yesterday, and that grass is really thick. So I definitely understood the concerns, what was going on. The Mercurio, Jason Mercurio with the Gablin Ranch, he put out some pictures and asked that there be no smoking on the Anza Trail, which goes through those two ranches on the Monterey side. And so I have spent a lot of money on my property cutting my oaks up so that when a grass fire could come through, that it wouldn't be catching and spreading. But man, you got to keep this stuff up all year long, every year now, and I'm just wondering how much time I can still put in on it. And I'm sure that other property owners think the same. When am I going to get this done? How much is it going to cost? There's nobody out there with a crew that's willing to come in, you know, under, you know, a couple grand. And so I think that that's a concern. But at the same time, what are you going to do? I think Chief has put it well in saying that property owners need to do due diligence as far as their capacity allows them to do. And if there's really a mega amount of work, that we can call on somebody to help. So that's my
Thank
2
you.
cents.
Thank you.
Chris Powell?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors. My name is Chris Powell. Here on behalf of our client, I'm an attorney at Mitchell Chadwick, by the way, in Roseville, California, here on behalf of my client, Granite Rock Company. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge that, you know, based on the fire marshal's presentation, I can tell there's important policy considerations behind this proposed ordinance that we're not trying to diminish. We definitely support fire abatement in the county. However, we see the proposed ordinance as a good discussion starter, a good draft, but it's not really in final form right now. It has a lot of flaws with it. If you read it on its face, it would require a crisscross pattern, you know, a checkerboard pattern across large grazing properties all over the county at enormous expense and environmental impacts. And I believe the fire marshal when he says, I'm not going to enforce it like that. That's not the intention. But you have to get, this ordinance is going to be there forever, you know, or 100 years, so you have to get it right. And the fire marshal in 20 years, he might interpret it a different way and come out and say, well, that's what the law says, so you have to cut that checkerboard pattern across your pasture there. And that just doesn't work. So we'd like to be part of the process in making this a better ordinance, an ordinance that really works for all the stakeholders. I know there's other stakeholders here that want to be involved, and we're willing to work with the county to make that possible. So we submitted a letter dated April 21st, 2023. I hope you got a chance to take a look at that. If not, I'm just going to summarize some key points real quick. I'll try not to take too long. You know, first of all, there is a notice defect. The first reading of this ordinance, the published proof on the county's website, it did not mention the Title 19 amendments, and in fact, it said that the hearing date was going to be in March of 2022, when in fact the hearing was in 2023. I know this is a technical defect, but for notices for the public, it's important to get those details correct. Second, CEQA considerations. As drafted, if you read it in the way that, I know you wouldn't enforce it that way, but if you had to go and put these checkerboard patterns of fire breaks all across the entire county, that would have enormous environmental impact. And I'll just name a couple: air quality impacts, noise impacts, and you can think of a lot of other impacts having to do with all that disking and that mowing across the county. That is a potentially significant impact that would require CEQA analysis and potentially an EIR. But maybe this ordinance could be adjusted in a way that that's not the case, and we're hopeful of that. Number three, this ordinance as drafted creates an undue burden on landowners, especially large landowners out there that are grazing, or like my client that have large properties across the county, where they might have to do fire breaks all over the property, you know, and have crews of people mowing constantly. If you interpreted the, I'm sorry, I run out of time? Okay, well, thank you for your time. We're just asking that the county delay this for the time being and reconsider it later. Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Donald Wers. I am the president of San Benito County Farm Bureau and a winemaker for Delicado Family Wines. I would like to echo the comments just made by the previous speaker on the farming and ranching community in San Benito County truly appreciates the efforts of the fire marshal and the intent behind this ordinance. However, we presently believe that this would cause an undue burden on some of our farmers and ranchers, specifically with needing to be able to subdivide large pastures, especially large hillside pastures, into effectively smaller 5-acre blocks with the cross breaks that are mentioned in the ordinance. There are also some changes to current practices for orchards that would have to take effect, especially non-till orchards, of which there are several throughout the county. And there's also potential impact to some of our row crop growers with the size of some of the fire breaks and cross breaks that would be needed. I would look forward to working with our organization, working with other stakeholders to come up with a refinement to the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
No other comments.
If I could add something real quick.
Oh, do we have one more public comment?
Come on up, there's room.
Didn't finish this. Good afternoon, supervisors, chairwoman. It's really a pleasure to see some young people here. I remember they're all old boys. I live in Santa Ana Valley. I cattle ranch in Panoche Valley, in Little Panoche, on 50 square miles of land, and that's covered with endangered species. You can ask Con Edison. They're the ones that built a solar farm out there, and you can ask what they went through when you want to turn that grass over out there with a plow or something. You'd have to spend millions on CEQA, let me tell you. I saw 10 years of lawsuits out there when they tried to build that solar farm, and they got it done with spending $23 million for mitigation land. And it's a real nightmare. There's no way you could do it. If you can just get the roads graded, the county roads graded real good, like they usually do, both in Fresno, Monterey, and San Benito County, it would just be a big help. What you're doing in Tres Pinas is I know a problem, trying to get all the weeds cut down in Tres Pinas. We own some land there too, and I think they ought to concentrate more on the water supply out there that's been out of compliance for 18 years, and nobody's done anything about that. Not the county or the state, and I think that's something you should concentrate on instead of trying to get us to plow up our grass when we finally got some. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Russell Tobias. I'm a local here. I'm sure most of you recognize me. We're here on behalf of the San Benito County Cattlemen's Association, and I just kind of like to echo some of the sentiments that have been put out here today, as well as add that I think we feel a better, more robust program to propose going forward would be one developed in accordance and in correspondence with some of these other organizations that we have available to the community, such as the Farm Bureau and the Cattlemen's Association and the local groups that and local members of the community that can have some valuable insight as to what some more practical and logistical approaches are towards these management practices. My family ranches over out of Tres Pinos, and believe me, we don't like the idea of wildfires any greater than the rest of anybody else in this community does. And we take it very seriously when it comes to trying to maintain our property. And we would just like to see going forward, everybody be happy with a resolution on these kind of initiatives that keeps everybody it gives everybody a practical approach towards maintaining their property without requiring too much oversights or mandates. Thank you.
There's an additional comment on Zoom. You've been unmuted. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Amelia Ryan. And sounds like that the fire marshal may be just content with using existing code and extending the response area to the local response area rather than just the old map of the city of Hollister. If that's the case, then that sounds like a good potential solution. I just echo the concerns of other speakers about expanding it to the entire county, what that could mean for both for private landowners and for the environment. I do think would have very significant effects on endangered species potentially, and would not would require CEQA in order to be implemented. So I'll just leave my comments there.
No other comments.
Once again, thank you for all your input. I do appreciate it. And she was correct. The county does have a robust abatement policy, and we could stick to that. We could pull mine. Mine was just to supplement it. I do understand their concerns. Orchards, I do understand it. They're gonna leave them green for a while because they want to reintroduce the last time the fava bean or the nitrogen. I get it. We do need to do that, and we do work with them like that. The only thing I had concern, and now it's at my discretion through the county code, and if for anyone else there, if you haven't got a letter from me, you're not going to get one. My main concerns are the ones that I've adjusted already, but I have no mechanism and enforcement. So it's mainly where the homes are really endangered. We understand, yeah, bring goats, bring cattle, they graze it. Certain where it does a development. So we understand, we work with everybody. I have had orchards. I've had 3 orchards that have came to me, and I had no way of pursuing it, enforcing it. But because they were dead orchards, they were a big fire hazard. So now I can continue through that. But in addition to that, so everybody knows ag burns, agricultural burning, you come and get an agricultural permit from the CAL FIRE or the city of Hollister, we issue agricultural burns. Agricultural burns happen all year round. You could do that as long as CAL FIRE hasn't put a stop to it. Backyard burn is the only one that happens, because I do understand. The perfect example is Ridgemark. They have tons of stuff because they have a lot of illegal dumping going on back there. And I went down there and hammered them on it. And they're like, we don't have palm trees. We don't have orchards. We don't have orange trees. We don't have lemon trees. And then I even had one of the neighbors says, oh yeah, my neighbor dumps back there all the time. So they put up some stops to it. But I'm working with them because they need to let the stuff dry out before they burn it. And they need to put it in piles. So it might take a little bit of a while. So they have all year round for that, as long as they make notifications. So ag burns aren't banned in the LRA, so everyone knows. We go with what CAL FIRE says. When they say stop red flag burning, then we stop red flag burning. Or if they say ban it for the rest of the year, then we ban it. But if they say continue on throughout the year, we continue on. So, like I said, the recommendation is we don't need mine. It was just trying to strengthen it up. We do understand. The county does have a robust, and we could bring it back later. I talked with planning. We'll have to figure out whether we drop the property lines or and add LRA. That's all I wanted to do. But right now, as is, we don't need to continue mine, and the county's one works right now.
Thank you, Charlie. Does the board have any comments? Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah. Thank you, everyone, for the input, everyone that came and spoke today. Just for clarity here, just so everyone knows, Chief, I'm gonna go Chief. I mean, I want to put it out there. It was not your intention to say someone with 20,000 acres needs to make crisscross fields of 5 acres, right? That's not the intention. I know maybe it's written that way, but just so the public knows where you are and where our fire
yeah,
department
exactly.
is.
It's just a little guidance. I even went to CAL FIRE. I met with them yesterday. I've been meeting with them on the phones. They're like, No, we don't do that. We're not gonna make it and do it. We're more concerned, like I gave the example of the Heatherwood Estates, where the roadside, where that one burns every year and it threatens that development. So in back of like Santana Ranch on both sides, that's where we're kind of looking at. So we're not looking out in the county. There is somewhere, we'll get some landowners, they'll say, hey, I'm out in the SRA, but this one is a huge fire hazard. We have a few homes down there and the wind blows right towards us. They don't care. They're burning, how do I say, negligent, or they're doing stuff negligent down there. That's where the people that will go get. We're not out to look for the,
Right. Right. Okay. Well, yeah. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, and I appreciate you saying that. You checking on the current county one and saying that would be good, because that way there's no mix-ups. That way this language isn't there. So that way there's no confusion about the future, but what could happen. So appreciate that.
Supervisor Curl?
I just want to clarify one thing. You say local response area. Who maintains that map, and how is that updated?
so CAL FIRE does that. They maintain it. So I could get a copy of an LRA map and a state response, and I'll mail it out to you. It's basically the city limits and then the highway that goes, it's basically 25 that goes out there, local response area. As soon as you start getting into the hills, that's the SRA where the watersheds are up in the hills. And going through 156, the straightaway is local response area, which is us, the local, into San Juan Bautista, but then you start climbing up in the hills. So if you look, it's like a big T or a Y.
I just think if we are going to do that change, that we should make it very transparent and easy to find. It might be something we could add, either a hyperlink to the document so that it could link right to it, so people can see specifically where this local area response area is. It's just an area I'm not used to, and I want people to be able to know what it looks like before it's adopted.
Yeah, it's a neat map. We can add that in there. We could say in the local response area and identify it right there. In addition, sorry, I don't mean, we're talking about rockeries and everything like that. So I have my local one, the Sandman, that I deal with down at Nash Road. So the only thing we require them, because we understand we're not going to make you do the whole, we just say, hey, get 30 feet behind the fence lines of your property. And they go in with a weed whacker and they get it done, they get and take care of it. That's the only thing we're looking for to protect those homes, because fires do get started down there. And if we get that break, that's perfect. And that's really the only thing we're really dealing with rockeries, where if there's homes like in the city of Hollister right there, we get that break between the fence line. But other than that, there's nothing else that we require.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, so this, to me, it's very apparent that this is an issue of separating agriculture versus residential, or areas that are near residential, and areas that are closer proximity to urban areas, I think, is the main concern. So I would be fine with whether it's the local response area or just pulling back and using the existing code. But I do think what we have on the table now is not going to work. It's very clear. And as far as the ordinance that's being proposed. So I would like to see us look at clarifying this, further refining it if we need to. I know what you're saying about intent, but I agree with the speaker that policy is policy. And for me, I don't, as much as I trust you, somebody else might come in 2 years from now. Even though I trust you, I don't want residents feeling anxiety over seeing a policy that makes them think that they're going to have to do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
So I do think the policy is very, very important, and we have to make sure that it's very clear. And I also think, in hindsight, we should have been a little more proactive as a group, involving the stakeholders. And so I would like to see us, no matter what we do, we probably need to have at least one stakeholder meeting, where it's just specific, where we're getting their recommendations and coming back to the board. The Farm Bureau, the cattlemen, cattlewomen come to mind. The larger businesses that we had Granite here, there's Taylor Farms. We also have the fire department, obviously, CAL FIRE, Fire Prevention Council. We really need to bring everybody to the table. But the main thing is we can't put an undue burden on our agricultural community. It just doesn't make any sense. So thank you very much.
I just want to say thank you, Charlie, for solving your own problem by doing your research and bringing out all the codes, bringing to their attention that they address what you were trying to achieve. When I looked at the agenda, the thing that caught my attention was the CEQA findings and the exceptions to CEQA. And I read the sentence, therefore, it can be seen with certainty that adoption of this ordinance will not have a significant adverse effect on the environment and its exemption. And I'm like, well, then why are we getting all these emails? And so, Mr. Powell, thank you for your letter. I did receive yours. Ms. Overstreet, thank you. I received yours. And I would agree with Supervisor Kozmicki that Donald Words called us twice today, and he is telling us to meet with the stakeholders. So if we can do that, if we are going to manipulate, fine-tune this ordinance, that we make sure, I know you're not requesting that, but if this board chooses to do that because of the stated vagueness that might be there, then we make sure we include all the stakeholders to make sure that we achieve the goal that we want, rather than the unintentional consequences that we are kind of creating by going the suggested route. So, yeah, so I'm just suggesting that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie, very much. I agree. I think, you know, if we're going to move forward in any fashion, I think it sounds to me like right now what you're saying is we don't need to do anything. We don't need to do anything with this weed abatement ordinance at all. We'll just revert kind of back to what was previously there. I think if there are any future discussions about it, though, I would like for us to start with a stakeholder meeting with, you know, I would suggest some of the same groups. I would add the Ag Land Trust. I think they were pretty vocal in reaching out to us as well for some different concerns that they had. So with that being said, I don't have anything in addition to add.
And if I could add something to that.
Yeah, absolutely,
It's kind of
please.
not really, it's on topic, but it's not really on. We're in the plan of starting a master plan with a strategic plan where we will get stakeholder input. And that could be one of the things where we do have it regardless whether we go forward with this or not. I recommend we don't and just get rid of it. But we can take, we will get all the stakeholders. So if they want to come in and get everyone their contacts, then if we get this going through, then we'll, with our strategic plan and our master plan, we're definitely going to have a stakeholders meeting with them.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much.
Make a motion? Can we make a motion? Do we need to make a motion to
No, because we're not doing anything with it.
Not
Just
gonna
leave
do
it?
Not gonna do it.
Cool.
Thank you. Okay, so now we are on to item 3.2. Abraham, oh no, Steve Loop. And this is to adopt a resolution making CEQA finding that adoption of the proposed ordinance establishing water allotments within CSA number 31, Stonegate.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. This public hearing item is to establish an ordinance for the water allocations to CSA 31, which is also known as Stonegate. And each year the county works with Stonegate to allocate kind of the minimum requirements that they need to both have potable water and a ag blue valve water supply as well. So just real quick history. Stonegate has drilled their own water well, and that water well doesn't traditionally supply enough water for both ag and domestic use. So they've also been allocated blue valve water. And so this ordinance basically just limits the amount of blue valve water that they'll be allocated each year so that the state can allocate water effectively to everyone, knowing that we have had a wetter year than usual, which is a good thing. But long story short, the allocations that we came up with for this year are including the attachment, and they are for agricultural allotments, each lot for the year has been allocated 400,000 gallons, and then their domestic allocations are 300 gallons per day. So this ordinance just helps establish it, establishes those numbers, and establishes that we're all trying to be responsible with the water allocations. And I'll pause there. So.
Thank you, Steve. Do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom, press star 9 on your phone, or the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Supervisors, Kuro.
In working with some water boards and meeting so many people that are working on water conservation, is there a reason why the domestic water allocations are all consistent? I mean, is that typical? Because you have agricultural. Does ag include landscape?
Yes.
Oh, it does include landscape. So you just give them one lump bucket to do. Okay, then they can
They have
use it
some
whenever
big
they want.
lots out
Gotcha. I'm just used to seeing a pattern where, lower and higher, and okay, so that makes sense. Thanks so much for the clarification.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, my question was, what was their previous allotment? I know that when we were in drought, there was a different number than the 300 gallons per day.
Great question. I did not check last year's allotment, but I can check into that for you after.
Yeah, I thought maybe it was like in the 170 something, but
Perhaps.
I could be wrong.
That sounds right.
So then, with the 300 per day, right now we have water abundance. If for some reason we go dry, this whole allotment of the 300 for the year, right? It's still, it's gonna stay at 300?
Yeah, and that's their average gallons per day that they're allotted, their average.
Okay.
And I think that I'll pull it up in just a second, what we had last year. I think that the domestic water is.
Okay.
Okay.
I remember
In the
it
meantime,
was a
let
low
me-
number.
I can read the title of the ordinance for the record.
Oh, okay.
since- oh, never mind.
So it's actually a little bit lower. It's only 49,000 total gallons per year was allocated in our very dry year. So we've increased it about 9 times from last year. So,
Okay. I'm good then, that's it.
okay.
Madam Chair, can I read the title of the ordinance for the record?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
please.
An ordinance of the County of San Benito establishing a water conservation program for the area served by County Service Area Number 31 for the 2023-2024 water year.
Do we want to make a motion then for this?
I
Or-
move to approve. Not approve, but to continue to the next,
Per staff recommendation.
per staff recommendations.
Oh, no. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Sorry. They were asking if we did public comment, and
Sorry.
yes, we did.
That was my
Sorry.
fault. Yeah.
It's getting late in the day, so.
We're getting jumpy.
Sorry. Okay, so, I'm sorry, your motion was
Motion to approve per staff recommendations.
Okay,
Second.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Is there any opposition? 5-0. Thank you. So I'm going to close this public hearing. It's 2:33. And I think let's do consent agenda right now, and then we'll finish up the day with closed session. So the first, let me go back to my notes. 1.7,
Yes.
1.14, 1.15, and 1.19 are the 4 items from consent.
And my apologies that I pulled them all. Okay, so the 1.7, I'm just echoing what Elia had mentioned. Can you just kind of explain this, kind of give an explanation of the item? I'm not against it, but, there's a misnomer out there in the community what the county is doing to assist the hospital. I know this is in support of the hospital to a degree.
Yeah.
It's for Assembly Bill 869, so I just kind of want to have you explain it a bit.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thank you, Board. So this one caveat with this, there is a slight correction in the actual letter. Newsom is spelled wrong, so we're going to make an edit on that to spell it correctly. This particular item, as you're aware, hospitals have been getting and have been very difficult. Many hospitals are having financial woes after COVID, and this particular item, there is some legislation that is out to seismically brace different hospitals. So that's just an added burden on those hospitals. to have to retrofit their facilities when they're having woes right now financially. This legislation basically will provide grants. Will also defer the time frame. So instead of it being 2030, if I remember correctly, it's now going to be 2035 when those retrofits need to occur. So it provides support to especially rural county hospitals and our hospital in particular. So I think it's a great thing to support, and that's basically what we're asking your board to do. Hopefully that covers it.
If there aren't any further questions, I'll move to approve item 1.7.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. So item 114.
This one goes back to a question I keep asking again and again. So I'm not, sorry, Steve. So I'm not harping on you. And item 1.5, we can do at the same time if you want, because we're going to start treating the Lover's Lane emergency repair work that's going to be necessary the same way that we're looking at the January 21 flooding. And so I just want you to explain for the record, for anyone who may be hearing, that there aren't any new costs being incurred by this authorization for item 1.14. It does require a 4/5 vote, as does 1.15. However, no monetary is being transferred from one account to the next. But anyways, I kept asking this question: why do we keep declaring an ongoing continuing emergency from January 21? And I know in retrospect, it's a stupid question, because we have to, in order to be able to accommodate all of these requirements to fix the repairs, but we're now going to do that and apply that to the January 23. So I just want an explanation of the January 21 that will apply to the January 23. Understand? Yes.
You bet.
Okay.
So there, to answer your question, there is no connection fiscally or otherwise between the January 2021 events and the December 2022, January 2023 events. So they're not connected at all financially. And in kind of discussions with county council, 1.14 we think can probably drop off everybody's radar and actually off the items, because the emergency repairs have been completed. There is one permanent repair of the new Idria Bridge, which is a $3 million repair, and that process is considered a permanent repair. It's not an emergency contract. The project will go out to bid on a normal contract basis, and hopefully about 1.5 years to have a permanent fix for that existing washout location that washed out again. So long story short, 1.14 can really, we probably won't see it again, and so that'll drop off. Now, to complicate the conversation, we actually, in a good way, were approved for public assistance for the February-March 2023 storms. So there's going to be a new item added on May 9th that talks about the contracts for the second wave of storms that we just experienced. So the 2021 will drop off, but there'll still be 2 remaining in the future, just FYI.
So as I said, I don't have anything against either 1.14 or 1.15. I just wanted that explanation. So since they're both going to require 4/5, I guess we should probably do them separately. So then I move to approve item 1.14 for approval as recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
And then likewise with item 1.15, to do a motion to approve that item similarly per staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. And so item now 119.
Okay. This one I asked to have pulled simply because it's a $36 million bid, and you're asking us to approve it. And the Union Road Bridge, replacement project. And so I know that there's been conversations, from the previous boards about looking at, or there should be a dollar figure when it comes to a consent item. So I don't know how the rest of you feel. So I know that Ellie had called in on this one as well. So do we have a dollar limit that we are not excluding or looking at when we have consent items? I see you shaking your head.
No, that's not in our county code. I'm sorry. That's not in the current rules.
Okay. All right, I was just checking. So if there aren't any other questions, I'll go ahead and move to approve item 1.9 as well.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. So at this time, let's go ahead and go back into closed session, please.
Sorry, Steve, for the day.
Back from closed session, County Council, can you report out on any items?
There's no reportable action.
Okay, thank you. Can we get a motion to adjourn, please?
I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Yeah, not too bad.